Boston College Auditorium, where there's events going on. We have Together for Mental Health. It's going to be starting here probably in about 5-10 minutes, but you're welcome to come in anytime. If you can't make it till noon, come and have lunch with us. Sit in on some of the presentations. This morning we're going to start with the prayer by Ms. Catherine Akipa, one of our treasured elders. We also have Dustina Gill from Nishto Incorporated. She's going to talk about caregivers of youth with suicidal experiences. We have Debbie Crawford from Siston IHS. She will be speaking about suicide loss and a mother's journey. She will be sharing with us her story. We also have Victoria Marie, and she's from Indigenous Lotus. She will be here talking about holding space. What is some of the things that you can do in your healing journeys? We're going to have lunch at noon to 1 o'clock. And then we're going to start this afternoon with Kitana Jackson from IHS. And she's going to be talking about cultivating whole health. We also have at 2 to 3, we're going to be visiting on ancestral connections with Victoria Marie from Indigenous Lotus. Now we're going to have a closing activity. We're going to go outside and we're going to have a round dance. We're going to close our day off in a good way. So today is going to be about a healing journey. It's going to be about telling stories, sharing stories. It's going to be an experience that you don't want to miss. I would ask you to come out. Whatever you're doing, come on out if you're not busy today. If you've ever lost somebody in your life to suicide, if you have had a youth or somebody in your life who has threatened with suicide, today is the day that you can come and you can learn some of the tools that you will need to help you and your family through this process. It's a very, very difficult, it's a very delicate topic, but it's one that we have to have. This conversation has to take place in order for our community to heal and to move forward in a good way. And so we invite you out to come out today. We're pretty much spread out in here. We are following the COVID guidelines. We have to wear masks. Social distancing, we're all going to keep our mask and our social distancing to the best of our ability, and still be able to tell our stories and to learn and to share with one another as we help each other through these experiences and these difficult times that we're going through. So come on out if you can. Call your nieces, nephews.
We thank you for this day that we have today, that you've given to us as a gift to live this day. And we take this day and we ask that you help us, each and every one of us, to do every single thing that it is that we should accomplish in this day, so that we don't waste the gift of time that you have given to us to walk on this earth. And we thank you for all these people here that have, some of them have suffered, some of them have lost loved ones to suicide, as I have myself. My father passed in suicide. And Father God, I ask in Jesus' name that you help each and every one of us that is here that is struggling with grief maybe, or fear or anxiety, depression, as a result of suicides that have touched their lives. I lift up all of these speakers that will talk today, and we know that they are ministering your love, the Creator's love, through their words and through their experiences, and that they are fulfilling what you want them to do, is to lift up and to help others around them. Because when all is said and done, it is love that will transcend all of these pains, these hurts, and everything that we carry with us. And we put that before you today. We ask that every single speaker here, that you touch their hearts, touch their tongues, and have them say everything it is that they need to say. We ask that the listeners as well, where their hearts will be open to receive whatever it is they need to hear, that you are speaking to them through these people here. We commit this all to you today, and I ask for a successful day. I ask it in the name of your Son, Jesus.
Hamadakyapi. Good morning, my relatives. I want to thank all of you. Thank you, Catherine Akipa, for that beautiful prayer. I want to thank Audrey for inviting me to help in this very special day. As we get together and going today, I just want to start with a few housekeeping. Audrey already told you that the bathrooms are over there to the left, the restrooms. We also have this bag that you guys received at the door. So you have in there some tissue. We have some hand sanitizer, and please throughout the day use that hand sanitizer. We have a stone. There's a stone in there, and it says Together for Mental Health. So this stone represents a soothing stone, a fidget stone, a worry stone. I don't know what everyone else says, but mine says Easy Does It. So that's a good reminder for me. And I always believe all these things happen for a reason. So that's my stone. I'm going to keep that in my pocket. And as I need to go throughout the day, as we go, I'll have it as I need it. So we have that. And then we have, there's coffee over here. Sandra is going to be handing out the coffee. Because we are still in a pandemic mode, we want to take care of ourselves. We want to stay far away from each other as possible and still have a good experience. So in order for safety, Sandra will be handing out the coffee. Just let her know she's in a red shirt. Sandra, can you stand up, wave your hand? Okay, there's Sandy. She's going to be that big helper today in helping us get through the meal and all of that. There's water and there's yogurt over there on the table. Please help yourself to that. We also have in the back, it's through these double doors to the right, there's a woman's locker room. We have that set aside today in case you feel like you might need a moment to yourself. Please go into that room, ask one of the helpers with the blue, all the helpers have a blue necklace on, new blue beads. Audrey, Sandy, Liz, Dustina. And so if you feel like you might need a moment to yourself, you want to maybe smudge off or light some sweetgrass, talk to somebody, they will be there to listen. You can go back there and you could talk about whatever you want. Of course, that's all confidential. So feel free to do that and know that we have a safe space for you to go to. We'll have lunch at 1 o'clock. And also in your bag was a white sandwich-looking bag. There's some markers and crayons on your table. If you could color those bags, maybe in memory of a loved one who has passed on from suicide or been affected, you want to remember somebody in your family, please use that bag and decorate it and bring it up here when you're done. We're going to put them up on the stage and we're going to turn that tea light on that's in that bag. Your bag will be decorated and then we're going to put them up here on in front of the stage. So as the day goes on and you have your bags decorated, just feel free to bring them up here and just set them up. So then there'll be time during the day so that we could all share that information. And so before we get started with or I guess we'll get started now, and then we also want to introduce you to the community resources that are here. We have IHS, we have Sistine Wapton Oyate Youth and Family Tree, we have the TOR response team, Tribal Opioid Response Team members are here. And then we also have Sistine Wapton College. They have some very exciting news to share. So we'll go to each table after our first presentation. And then, again, if you need to take a break, if you need to use the restroom, you could just get up and go as you need to. We're going to get started here with our first presenter. And our first presenter is the creator of Nishto Incorporated. Nishto is a nonprofit organization that works with youth in our community. Dustina Gill, I'd like to invite you up to the microphone, and she's going to talk about the work that she does in Nishto Incorporated. Dustina is a mover and a shaker in our community, and if you have ever said out loud or even thought, hey, somebody should do something about that. Somebody should say something. Dustina is the person that really took that to heart. And she started doing something. She started to say something. She started her own nonprofit. She's working at her own pace. She doesn't get tribal funding. She does what she can a lot of time with money out of her own pocket. She loves the work that she does. And we're very grateful, and we want the community to know the services that she provides through Nishto Incorporated. So please help me to welcome Dustina Gill.
I'm good. Good morning. Can you guys hear me? Yeah? Hey, I need the stool. Okay, is that better? Ham takiapi, si tomani shapi we makiapi ye, ushichi chaje Dustina Gill, mi tawahe, miate Dennis Gill. Mi ina Michelle Seaboy, mi kushi Dorothy Seaboy Gill, and mi unkana Moses Gill. I'm telling you who my family is, where I come from. My grandmother always had a saying. She would say that we're born just like everyone else, and somebody had the compassion to take the time to give us lessons, to teach us things that we might not normally know, and those are the people that did that for me. So I just wanted to share a lot of the good parts of me is because of those people I just named. I wanted to start my presentation with a question that I was asked years ago that pretty much changed my perspective on community advocacy. And it was an elder. She had asked me, she said, "Where do you get your medicine?" And that just stuck with me. So I wanted to start that off. We can talk about that later, but everybody's kind of think about that. Nishto Incorporated was, we started in 2015 and we received nonprofit status at the end of the year, which we were really excited. I'm familiar with grant writing from the tribe, and I thought it would be the same. No, not. Not even close. Nonprofit world and government world are day and night. So that was a wake-up call because, growing up, we're told to be a good relative, and we just think things come together like they don't really do, but not in that world when you're working with people off the reservation. So that was a big eye-opener. So the funding, we didn't have any funding. We have a little bit now. But everything we do goes directly to services. It's services first. It's volunteer-driven. Any work you see happening out there that we're doing, those are volunteers dedicating their time to that. And when I started Nishto, I had a conversation with my dad, and he said, what are you going to focus on? And as mothers, grandmothers, sisters, daughters, we find ourselves doing everything. You want to do everything. You want to help everybody. And I knew that if I tried to do that, I'd be busy doing everything and not really accomplishing anything. So I sat down and I thought, what are the biggest things that I want to be able to focus on that I think I could be strong in? And that's youth leadership, youth skill building, and suicide prevention. And that's pretty much the 3 focus areas. There's a lot that go into that. So we have a lot of different, I call them projects that we work on with the youth. Our longest one we've worked on is 6 years. This is our 6th year. It's a youth leadership camp. So Nishto's work is strength-based. All of our work we use the trauma-informed approach. And anybody who works with us is sat down, we meet, and we explain what that means, and we tell them those are expectations, and if you can't do that, then we don't want you to do that work with us, because we see a lot of times where unintentionally kids are being re-traumatized or triggering, and I know we don't mean to do that, but sometimes it happens, so we're really, really mindful of that. We focus on the strengths of our people, our communities, our families, and ourselves, and all of our work focuses on the resilience of our people. We've always heard the story, you see a lot of memes on that of, trauma is in our DNA, but so is resilience, and that's what we focus on, is that part. One of the pillars of Nishto, we call it the Bochekia Project, the Prayers Project, and this is where all of our recovery and healing work comes in. And the one I'm sharing today is the caregivers. It's a long title, but we thought maybe it needed to have an intentional title. A lot of our work, the suicide prevention work, we don't tell the kids we're doing that, because who's going to want to come to do something, So when we do beading or we're doing lacrosse, stuff like that, really what we're doing is building them up in different ways without being clinical about it. This one thing that we're being more clinical about, because the psychologist we work with said it might be good because people might be looking for exactly that, so that's why it's called that. This pillar, we focus on the youth and their family, and the project I'm going to talk about now is the Caregivers of Suicidal Experiences Support Group. It's kind of a mouthful, but I wanted to share a story my grandma had told. My grandma told me a story of when her brother had died, her younger brother. And they were hurt and they were grief-racked. And she said, "This is us. This is you." And it was full of stuff. And she said, "Here's me. Here's my brother." She took it out. And there was an opening in there. And she said, "What should I put in there to fill the void of him? Should I put sadness, grief?" And she grabbed some stuff. She said, "I'm going to put hard work, industriousness, my family. I choose to fill my cup with that." And you always remember that you can pick what you want to fill your cup with when there's a void. So it's really helped guide me and what I do and our families, and we have our discussions on how to, fill our cups with what we need. So the caregivers group is kind of, after that, but I guess in a more group way. The support group is focused on supporting the caregiver. A lot of us who are here, I'm sure everybody has been affected in probably more than one way by suicide. And we find ourselves having to care for other they have siblings. A lot of us have nieces and nephews, other grandchildren living in a home. So when something happens, it affects everybody. And one thing we saw was a lot of siblings, the younger ones, started falling right into the pattern of the older ones who were struggling. And the mothers and the grandmothers and the fathers and grandfathers, uncles, aunts, all of them were saying, what do we do? I don't know what to do. And they were so stressed out because well, raise your hand if you're a multi-provider and carer in your family. We're all like that. How do I work? How do I do this? How do I do that? They need counseling. I got to get them to their appointment. They were just getting really, really stressed out. So the support group is for those people, they're caregivers. And, raise your hand if you ever felt like, I just got nothing left. I'm so tired. You've been to that point. And this is why, we had started that. So we met for 6 weeks. Every Tuesday evening, and each gathering, we would have new people get on, and we had grandmothers, we had great grandmothers, we had aunts, and we had these sisters get on who had siblings who went through that, but they were really young parents who wanted to be really proactive in raising their sons. And they wanted to be ahead of the game. And I thought that was really interesting how they didn't live they were from here, but they didn't live here. And I really liked how they were so, their little guys, I think, were 5 years old. But they wanted to know everything they needed to know, so they had the tools they needed for when if something happened. So we did check-ins, and everybody shared something for their week. Something they might have struggled with, something they did really good, an exercise they tried that really worked. We talked about communication, how we were already doing it, how we wanted to do it, if we tried something. So everybody kind of had a little bit of homework every week to try out, either for themselves or if they wanted to do something with their family. Different types of responses, coping techniques, meditation, and then we talked about local resources. What was nice in our gatherings was we did real-time exercises and not like, well, if you try this, or if you go on this website, or here's a piece of paper, and, because you're busy, you don't have the time to go sit and try it. Most likely you don't. So that's what we're going to do today after I'm done talking. There's cards. Crystal's going to bring you guys cards, and your groups are just going to be where you're at. Because of COVID, we can't really move around. So she's going to do an exercise with you guys all together in the room, and then we're going to break it out to just the tables are going to do it. And while we do this, one of the things we're going to talk about when we're done with the exercise is, how did it make you feel? But also, I wanted to share one of the discussions we've had that it's still ongoing. How do we talk about healthy grieving? What is healthy grieving? What does that mean? How can we learn more about it? Just all of the different things. Because, our kids are watching us and how we respond to things. And my grandma always said that. You remember there's little eyes watching you. And even in the worst times of your life, the worst times is the most opportune time to teach them how to respond. Because they're going to grow up and they're going to say, what would mom do? And what do you want them to do? And I just, especially now that I'm a grandma, I really take that to heart. So we wanted some brainstorming. I'm going to have Emily on here. She's one of the students we work with. And we're working on creative note-taking just to make it a little more fun. So she's going to be doing that. She'll be in the corner. You guys can watch her do that live. But that's who's going to be taking the notes. And this winter, we're going to do a second session of the gathering. I'll have information out, and I'll give it to Audrey and them too to give out. And it's going to be a little different. Before, we met every Tuesday for an hour and a half, sometimes 2 hours. But what we're going to do this time is have a block of time. So if you just want to drop in, you're busy, you're still making supper, your kid's got a game, there's so many things happening. You can drop in and do a check-in with the psychologist and just, hey, that probably won't start until maybe January, but there'll be information out when you do that. So, you really have help? So we're going to ask the questions about healthy grieving first, and then Emily will be taking notes.
Okay, so did you guys see this? What's her name again, Dustina? Emily. Do you guys see her up in the right-hand corner of the screen? Oh, now she's big. She's on a full screen. So that's Emily. Welcome, Emily. Thank you. Emily is going to be everything that you offer here in the next 15, 20 minutes. Emily is going to be drawing it, not writing in words, but drawing in pictures and writing, words and pictures. So that at the end of this presentation, Dustina, maybe she could email everybody a copy or have it available at her website or on her Facebook page to let you see how that turned out. So Dustina, what is the first question? How many of you in the room have lost somebody to suicide? Family, one of your family members. So pretty much, I'd say 90%. I'll raise my hand too. Say 90% of us have been affected by suicide in our community. When we talk about grieving, when we talk about youth, when we talk about caregivers of youth who have suicidal tendencies, we think about the services that we either have in our community or that we are lacking in our community. I've heard parents say, very upset, discouraged, they would say, my son has tried to commit suicide again last night. He just tried last week. I'm getting tired of this. Why does he keep trying to kill himself? What can I do? Who can I go to? Who's going to say something? What do I say? I said everything to him that I know. Now I'm getting very upset because I don't have anything else to tell him. I've heard a parent say that in real life. In my experiences, we can't judge anybody because I can safely say that we all feel that discouragement of having to face something so tragic, something so scary, so horrible. And sometimes we can be just going along and boom, they're gone. Never even know what hit us. We don't know. We thought everything was going fine. We thought it was all good. Everything was good. Why did he do that? Why did she do that? I don't understand. And so part of this day, we want to understand. We want to find out what the resources are. We want to hear from you. And in Dustina's presentation, we want to hear what you have to say. So if you would want to volunteer, we have a microphone and we have some questions. The first question, and we'll bring the microphone around. The first question I will bring the microphone and Dustina can ask the first question. Do you want to do the first question? Okay. And then I'll take this around.
Doctor's appointment. Just kidding. Turn note. The first question, and I mean the main one is healthy grieving. What does that look like to you? What do you think that is? Are we doing it? Can we do it? Anything around that? Any questions you have about it?
Any comment?
Or comments?
So healthy grieving, what does that mean? What does that look like? Healthy grieving. Is there a healthy way to grieve? What do you guys think? When you have, so if someone in your family has threatened suicide, has threatened to kill themselves, what's the first thing that you do? Anybody? What's the first thing that you would do?
You reach out to maybe a family member or a close friend or a loved one to share that with and get some comfort.
Okay, so Johnny is having a hard time. He comes to you, I want to kill myself. So you would reach out to another relative and
Reach
say,
out to
come and
another
help me?
relative. I'm
What's that?
telling Emily she can hear.
Okay. Can
Reach
she
out
hear?
to another relative.
Yep, reach out to another relative. What was the other part? Reach out to a relative to listen? What did you say?
Listen and get some advice and comfort.
So get some advice from another relative. Sometimes we're at a situation where we don't have time to call another relative, right? What do we do then? Lisa?
Don't leave them alone. Don't leave them alone. And if you see something on social media, report it right away. Because you don't always know how serious the situation is.
So social media, Facebook. How many of you seen a post on Facebook that says, I'm tired of this world. I'm going to leave. I want to go. And then what do we do? What do we do when we hear, what do you do when you hear that, when you see that, when you read that? Do you reach out to them? Emma, you reach out to them? Anything else? Okay, so you reach out, and Marie? Martha?
There's an individual that's always posting on Facebook about, I'm tired of this life and I wish I was with my mom and dad and stuff. And I think I don't reach out to that person because I don't want to say the wrong thing. I really think that our community needs a support group for people who are grieving. I saw a really good thing on Facebook the other day about grieving is not a place to stay. It's a place you go through to get over or whatever. It was pretty good, a pretty good saying though. But I think that a lot of our parents here on the reservation spend too much time grieving. I know it took me 4 years to get over my mother's death, and then I thought, I can't be like this anymore. So then I let go.
Thank you. That's very powerful. Some very powerful words she shared. Thank you, Martha.
I have a child that would post that, and I was blocked on her Facebook, so I couldn't see it. But three different things happened. People have reached out to my child with words of encouragement. Either that or the same ones or different ones would inbox me and let me know what was going on, or that they would call 911 for them, and then the police would come.
That's good. That tells us that there's always somebody there, always somebody watching, right? Because as parents and caregivers, like Destina said, we all have a plate full. We all have our hands full. Maybe we take care of grandma. Maybe we take care of our grandchildren. We have all these things that we have to do, and then we also have to be mindful of what's going on in our community, which is why this conversation is so important today, because it's going to help us to let go of that fear of calling, of checking up on someone, because as soon as you open that door to say, are you all right? Are you okay? Then you have placed yourself in that position as a helper. And you don't have to have no degree. You don't have to have no master's or PhD in counseling. One thing that you need, does anybody know what that is? What's that? Empathy, compassion. What else? One thing that you need. Did you have your hand raised? Oh. One thing, what is it? I'll tell you. You got two of them. I'll give you a clue. Your ears. It's all you need is to be a listening ear. You don't even have to have all the answers. One time, a young woman reached out to me a few years back, and I sat and I listened to her for 3 hours. I didn't even say anything. I just nodded my head and just listened. Let her cry, let her talk it out. Sometimes that's all they need, is to have somebody to listen. So as we talk about, Dustina, we talk about the grief with the youth. What is our second question?
To follow up on the healthy grieving, something that always stuck with me, and I don't even think she realizes how much she helped me, was Jody Luchins. I had lost a daughter, and it was really hard. And a couple of years later, I had Connor, and he was a preemie. He was in NICU and all of that, and it was scary. And Jody would come to our house, I think every other day or every 2 days. I think she only had to come once a week, but she saw my nervousness, so she came more, which I really appreciated. And she told me a story of her own grief and how she dealt with it. And she said she planted a tree for her son. And it seems so simple, but, I thought, well, why didn't I think of that? So we did that. We planted a tree for Lily, and it actually blooms on her birthday. And it's so healing. There's times where I will go sit outside, and it's right where you can look out the window and see it. And I'll go sit outside and look at it, and it just has this feeling, a good feeling that, takes away that sadness. And it's a cherry tree. So now we're going to make wojapi. But, it's just something like that. Jody did something really powerful for me, and I wanted to share that as an example of a part of how I tried to apply healthy grieving in my life was by planting a tree.
See, something so, what seems simple, that, like, why didn't I think of that? When we start to share with community, then these things come up. Maybe I know something that worked for me that might work for you. Maybe you know something that might work for me. And like Martha said, maybe sometimes in our community, people are grieving too long. Anybody agree with that? Anybody have any comment on grieving too long? Okay. All right, she was just agreeing. So, death is a part of life. Death is a part of life, no matter what, right? And so today, as we go through this, we're going to hear more from some of the experts that know about healthy grieving. Dustina is sharing with us about a nonprofit's work and that she does as a nonprofit, and how she has seen a lot of things with families, overloaded and overwhelmed sometimes with too much advice. So sometimes, Dustin, you want to give us an example of that? Overloaded, overwhelmed with too much advice.
So one thing I think we're all familiar with is we don't want to reach out or say anything because one, we feel it's a reflection of us as a parent. We feel we failed, we feel bad. And then two, we don't want to say anything because we don't want our child judged or labeled. And we live in a small community. We've all heard or seen something about somebody, and we don't want our child to be that topic. So we don't say anything and suffer in silence. So that was the other part of, or if we do ask, we get some pretty crazy advice I got advice from somebody regarding my oldest child, from somebody who didn't have children. And it was really bad, to me it was really bad advice, you know, and I was scared to see them after that, because when I saw them, what did you do what I said? Well, don't cry around them, you know. And it made me scared to even ask anybody or say anything, because I don't know if they realize that's what they're doing, but this person has a child now, and I asked her later on, I said, would you have done that? No. So sometimes we don't want to say anything because we might get, you know, bad advice, or you know how we're Dakota are strong and the women are the backbone, and therefore we just suck it up and do it. But we're human. You know, I think of, a lot of times I go back to my grandma and think, you know, what would she have done? Now that I'm a grandma, I think, well, who did my grandma think about? Who did grandma think about when she had a hard time? Did she think about her grandma? You know? So I just try to go to those kinds of people who have seen some things and done some things and survived some things, and talk to them about if I need help with something. But if you guys want to share different reasons of what makes it hard to reach out or talk, feel free to share those too, because we want to get them all down.
So what makes it hard to reach out or talk to somebody? Anybody?
I lost my daughter going on 18 years now. I remember going to an inipi, and I cried, I shared, and I was told to stop feeling sorry for myself, and to let her, and to go on, and after that I just didn't feel comfortable in talking with anybody or sharing, because it's still, I don't know if I've let her go yet. I don't know how. I've signed myself into the Susan for mental health after I had lost her, and because I couldn't cope. I have never been to the spot where she had passed, and I was supposed to do that, but I couldn't bring myself to go up there. And to this day, I still haven't gone up there. I'm scared. I'm scared to go over there. I don't know what I'm scared of, but maybe because then I'll know it's real, or maybe she's still there. I don't know, but that's where I am today with my I'm not the person I used to be before I lost her. I used to like to go to gatherings and get involved and something just died within me after I lost her. And I can't seem to dig myself out, maybe, or come back. Maybe I feel guilty if I do, I don't know. But I know so when I know when somebody loses somebody, you know, like Crystal said, she just listens. And I just tell them, you know, just whatever you want to do, you want to cry, whatever you have to do, you know, do it. I don't tell them, no, don't do that, or won't say that or anything, you know, because I know what it had how it had affected me when I shared, when I was hurting. But so I know it's really important to find those people, or when you know somebody who is grieving. I don't know what's healthy grieving. I don't think there's such a thing. And whoever said that, I don't know, maybe they know, I don't know. But I just know that grieving is grieving. And I don't think anybody has a right to say, you know, whether we're healthy in grieving or we're wrong in grieving. Because everybody grieves in their own way, I guess. I don't know. That's all I like to say.
Or the amount of time. Thank you, Marie, for sharing that, because I know it's not easy to share. And she's right. There's no amount of time for grieving. There's no. I mean, however you grieve, that's you own that. That's you. What I think they mean about unhealthy grieving is maybe taking to the bottle, taking to drugs, you know, letting that sadness overcome you is part of that, which they call unhealthy. Creator made us, put us here for a reason. Each and every one of us has a special gift. And it takes time to learn what those gifts are. Why am I here? Why are you here? I know Marie, she helps a lot of people. And she thinks she's not going to community gatherings, but I see her at every one. And she always has something. She's a good planner. She knows how to organize. She brings a lot to the table. She brings wisdom. She brings all these good things. She shares her words and she shares her tears. And that's okay. Sharing tears is a good thing. So when we talk about the grieving process, we talk about dealing with youth and suicidal experiences. How do you take care of yourself? And that's what Dustina brought these cards for. I want to say thank you, Dustina, for these cards on the table. We're going to go through a little exercise as she prepares to end her presentation. You got a card? So these cards that she brought, we're going to do a couple of them. You want to talk a little bit about your gift? And so when we're done with this, if you just leave those cards on the table, but if you like what one of them says and you might want to use it, take a picture of it. By all means, take a picture and then try it at home with your families. And to get a little bit comfortable with it, we're going to try a few here. So, Dustina?
Some of you might have gotten these as a door prize. Back when I first heard the word self-care, I laughed. I thought, well, it's time for that. You know, I'm a Dakota woman. We're strong. We just do it, make it happen. And then my kids turned into teenagers, and I realized what, you know, Okay, so I needed me time. But, you know, there's the guilt of all that. So looking up different ways, I tried meditation for the first time and it just blew me away at how calm it helped me become. I was getting high blood pressure from stress. You know, we're human. So stress really, it affects us physically. So I know I'm not alone in thinking that, you know, who has time for that. So what I did was got cards down your table. Crystal's gonna go through some with everybody, and then you'll do your own. Hopefully you like them, and if you do and you got one as a door prize, you'll have your own set to do. Keep it in your purse, keep it in your office. You have office gatherings, or hey guys, let's take a break, we're gonna do a card. Just try to incorporate it a little bit more as much as you can. Give it a chance. It is helpful. And then you see some of these things. One thing we realized in doing group, you get to fiddle around with these either while you're talking or while you're listening, and it helps you absorb things better. So that there's some of those too. And everything was on Amazon if anybody wants to get any as Christmas gifts or a gift from somebody. Otherwise,
Okay, so we'll just go, I've got this one here. Or maybe we'll finish, I wanted to have Tom share something with us. You know what, Tom is like he's always in our community. He's experienced a lot in his own life with suicide. And so he has a lot of good thoughts, good energy. He's got that special gift within him that can help people to understand. But I just want to give the mic to Tom for a minute and let him talk about his experience.
So I experienced several attempted suicide and successful suicides. And the one, I knew this guy, and when I came on him, there was he was propped up against a tree, and I laid him out flat and tried CPR. And when you know the person, it's 20 times worse than if somebody I didn't know. You know, I probably would have accepted it a little more easier. But when you know the person, it was a little hard. So I never reached out on that one. And then my nephew, I helped get him down and bag him up. So I think, like men, I mean, like myself, I wasn't going to reach out to anybody. You know, it's kind of hard. But I think if you do right away, reach out, it'll help you a lot better. Because this has been about 15, 16 years for the first one and about 11 for the second one. But there comes a point where, like myself, I couldn't. Okay, I'll explain the first one. So we did CPR, and I put my ear to his chest to see if I could hear a heartbeat, and all I heard was gurgling. So I heard that gurgling for about, well, I still hear it, but constantly for about 3-4 years, every night. And to actually tell people, it's kind of relieving for me. Sometimes when I drink milk, my stomach makes that gurgling sound, you know? So it's like, wow, that's almost the same kind of sound. But to zip that zipper up over the face. That's the hard part. I sit on a chair.
Thank you, Tom, for sharing that. Again, it's never easy. And I'm glad, Tom, that you shared that because Tom has experienced a lot. And if you ever sat down and really listened to his story, right now he's in a safe place, a safe space. Right now we heard something that he probably has never even really spoken out loud, maybe to one or two people. So I want to thank you, Tom, and I want to thank all of you for listening. And I'm going to remind you that today is a day of resources. Today is a day of opening your mind and learning and listening and feeling. Because I think the other day I checked out, I was looking at the profile for one of the ladies that's going to be presenting here today. And it said, you have to feel it in order to heal it. You have to feel it in order to heal it. And that is so true. And it's okay to feel it. We're humans. It's okay to cry. It's okay to feel that pain that sits right here. Because once we feel that and get it out, life is going to be a little bit lighter. The grief may never go away, but life is a little bit lighter because we do have other people in our lives that we live for. On one of these cards I was reading, it says, here's what it says on the card. This person could die tonight. That's what it says on my card. This person could die tonight. So it suggests several times a day when someone is talking to you in person or on the telephone, remind yourself, this person could die tonight. This may be the last time I will talk to them or that I will be with them. And then notice any changes in how you listen or how you speak or how you interact with that person. Those things are all important. And even through our busy lives and our busy days, we still have to be mindful that life is a part of death. It comes and it goes. And we're all going to go someday. We just make our day here full of goodness. Do the best we can. Be a good relative. Help each other. All these programs that are sitting here, they have resources. They're not just sitting there to get the day off of work. They're sitting there because this is their work. And they have to know if I come to them with my problem, I want them to be able to help me. I want them to be able to give me something, share, tell me something, show me, take me, direct me. Not just hand me a card like Destina said, and here's my pamphlet, go do whatever. All our work that we do in community requires follow-up. It requires a good listening. And so when we think about that card that I just read to you, it says some people find this exercising a bit depressing at first, but they soon discover that when they become aware of their own mortality and that a person that they are talking to, they listen and they pay attention in a different way. That their heart opens as they hold the truth that this could be the very last time they will see this person alive. When we talk to people, especially people we see daily, we are easily distracted and only half listen. We often look a bit to the side or down or at something else rather than directly at them. We might even be annoyed that they have interrupted us. It takes the realization that they could die to make us look at them anew. So becoming aware of death opens our awareness to the single vivid moment of life. That is really profound, right? That's something. It's a good reminder. So before we end our session, I'd like everybody to sit straight in your chair with your back straight, sit up straight, and close your eyes for a minute. And just imagine a cord of light running from the base of your spine to the top of your head. From the base of your spine to the top of your head, that light going all the way up. These are your chakras. Starting at the base of the spine, imagine a healing light is clearing away all emotional debris. Slowly moving the light up your body along this cord. Let the light clear away anything toxic or negative. Take a deep breath. Feel the sense of relaxation as your energy is cleansed. Take another deep breath. Let it out slowly. Relax your shoulders. Kind of give your neck a little twist. Maybe shake out your hands a little bit. Shake out your shoulders. Anytime we can shake our bodies off, when we're feeling a little overwhelmed, when we got information overload, these are things that are good for you. These are things that are healthy, that can help you to relax. Because too many of us deal with health issues. We deal with high blood pressure, sugar, diabetes, all these things, worry, stress. So we have to take care of ourselves. And I want to thank Destina for her presentation, for sharing Nishto Incorporated with us. And Destina, you have one more thing? Okay. So, and thank, what's her name again? Who? Ellen. Thank you for drawing that. We can't wait to see it. It already looks beautiful up there already. This is another thing for some of you who work with programs, that if more of our people could learn how to do this, and I'm sure it's not hard, but you just have them. Because visualization is one way that us Dakotas like to learn. We like to see things. We like to do hands-on. So this is just one way that we wanted to share. And she shared all of our conversation on that piece of paper. I don't know how many she had, but on those sheets of paper she drew what we said. So again, thank you, Destina. And thank all of you for listening and for your good energy. Okay, we're going to take a 5-minute break, and then we're going to get ready to hear Dr. Crawford and her story. Or Debbie, sorry. Same thing happens with me and my sisters. People call me Michelle. So we're going to go for 5 minutes. Grab yourself a snack, grab yourself a water, take a big drink of water, use the restroom, maybe step outside for a minute and just get a fresher breath air, because we have next, Debbie Crawford is going to be taking us through her journey, and that's going to be very powerful. So take a few minutes and just kind of shake yourself off. Oh, the back door is open. I guess you can go out there if you want. Get a breath of fresh air. Any way you want. Like this? You want your back towards the... Like this? Okay. Like that? Yeah. Huh?
Can I have it on that side?
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know why Can you see, Catherine, if I do this? Can you?
If I turn around,
Or is,
my eyes in my back of my head. I used to have it when Zion was a teenager. That's been a while now, 40 years ago.
Let them rest now.
second slide. It's going to show up there, but we can start on the first one. Oh, gosh, it's easier to do this.
Do you need someone to tell you like how much time you
Yeah,
have left?
yeah. Can you do that?
Yeah.
Okay.
It'll be like this. Wrap it up. Or hey, the big butt plate, right?
Where is that? Sure. Yes, 30 minutes left. And then, yeah, you could do 15 maybe, just to keep it in, yeah. And then 5 minutes. If there's left. Well, there's the microphone. Might use that instead. What size do you wear?
I think they're size 10.
That's what Rachel wears too.
White.
You have a white?
No, I don't, but I get them in white because they're not good shoes to be walking in all the time. So it gives my feet room to wiggle. But no, I have skis.
So does, you're the same size Rachel.
I have skis. My feet are long and skinny.
I might use that. Yeah, I might use that. See how I do. Yeah, I kind of move around. I notice I do kind of move around. So,
This one's also now that when you start moving, you just take it up.
okay.
And you're ready to go.
going to in almost 2.5 years. Yeah. We were out of town. We were out of town. But I'm not from here, and so I don't know even. Geez, I got lost going up there to that hollow. Well, I went on a back road. I came in on the dirt road. I'm not being from here. That was probably like the worst.
Okay, welcome back, everybody. We'll get started with our second presentation this morning by Debbie Crawford from Sisseton IHS, Suicide Loss, A Mother's Journey. Please help me in welcoming Debbie.
Good morning. Is this on? Or do I press? Oh, not this one. Okay. Good morning. My name is Debbie Crawford, for those of you who don't know me, and I work at Indian Health Service in the Behavioral Health Department. I've been working there for 23 years. And I loved working there. I love working there. In my line of work, one of the main things that I do is I assess people for suicide, for the lethality, whether or not they're suicidal, and if they are, what's the lethality, and what step do we do next? Where do we go from here? So I've done that for 23 years. And so I'm very used to it. I'm real comfortable with the word suicide. Other words you might hear me use would be a suicide ideation, which means somebody has thoughts of suicide. Another word you might hear is suicide attempt, which means somebody who has attempted suicide. By maybe they took pills or other means. Then there is the word called suicide completion. And that's the word that a lot of the mental health field that they want us to use. They don't want us to use committed suicide because that has a connotation of we're committed to something. We don't want to be committed to suicide. So the word that they prefer to use and that I've been using as well is completed suicide or died by suicide. So those are only two words I typically use. I can get off track, so I'm trying to stay on track with my cards here, but I can get off track. Just a little bit of housekeeping rules before I continue. What I'm going to talk about is really intense, and I heard Crystal say that earlier today, that it's very intense, and then I had my coworker Katana whisper to me, this is really intense, as Tom was talking. And so what I'm going to talk about is the suicide of my son. And I might get intense. I've already experienced the intensity of it, but it might be intense for you because maybe you have a friend or relative who has attempted suicide or has completed suicide, or maybe you yourself had suicidal thoughts or suicidal attempts in the past. So if it does get too intense for you and you just kind of need to break away, Audrey arranged for a room over here, and you can see Audrey if that's the case. She'll take you to a room, and one of us, probably not me because I'm speaking, but Katana here, or maybe Justina if she feels comfortable, or even someone else you want to bring, can go into the room just to process what you're hearing. You might see me also drinking lots of water. I do that because I take medication that makes my mouth dry. And you probably don't want to hear all the crackling and everything. So September, you can go to the next slide. September is Suicide Prevention Month, and that is why we are here today, is because it's Suicide Prevention Month. No. This slide. Well, we're having trouble with the PowerPoint, and I hope we can get it fixed because I can talk a little bit, but there is a point that I will need to use a PowerPoint. So what I'll talk about right now, the not needing the PowerPoint, is I already mentioned that I've been a counselor with the IHS Behavioral Health Department for 23 years. I've mentioned that I've done a lot of suicide assessments, and I hope that in doing those for 23 years, I hope that I did prevent a suicide. I hope I did prevent a suicide. But on December 17th, or December 11th, 2017, I didn't prevent a suicide. And probably the most important suicide to prevent, I did not, and that was a suicide of my own son. What I wanted to do in here is go over and give you some education about suicide prevention, and then I wanted to tell my story in between what I'm presenting you about suicide prevention. That's fine. What some of the slides are going to show is, one will be warning signs of suicide, what to look for. First, let me say this. I'm sorry, got them mixed up. The first slides are going to be risk factors of suicide. Now, these are factors that they don't necessarily mean if you have these risk factors, it doesn't necessarily mean you are going to complete suicide. But it does tell us that this group of people have a high probability, more than others, that suicide might happen. So those are the risk factors, and we'll go over that when my slide works. The other slide that I'm going to talk about too is about warning signs. Now, warning signs are a little bit more serious, more intense, and the red flag should really go up when you start hearing warning signs, and that I'll talk about more when the slide gets up. It also what's on the slides is going to be a lot of the risk factors and the warning signs. I'm going to just share with you some of the risk factors that my son had. And I can point them out when the PowerPoint gets fixed, but some of the risk factors that my son had. He was 35 years old. He had a very terrible alcohol problem. It started early, and the earlier something starts, the more it's not good when symptoms start earlier. So the earlier symptoms start of anything, with whether it's mental health or with substance abuse, you're probably looking at something that's more serious. So he started pretty early, and he started drinking at the age of 12, and by age 14, he had his first alcohol poisoning. I'm not sure if you guys know what alcohol poisoning is, but it's when you drink too much, too fast, too quick, too soon, and you're totally inexperienced with that amount of alcohol. It's going to numb your whole brain, and the alcohol will. And what that also does, alcohol starts to numb right up here first, or right around here first. This is where we have our balance and we can walk straight a line and not tumble. Alcohol affects that first. It then also starts to affect our prefrontal cortex, and this right here in our brain is a part of our brain that makes all our decisions. It can do pro-con. Should I do this? Should I not do this? Maybe I shouldn't, because if I do, this will happen, so I better just wait. So that's what this part of the brain does. It also is the part for impulsivity. Okay, I'm not going to do this because I did this last time and it didn't help. So this part of the brain, when you're drinking, gets numb as well. Now, then the rest of the brain just starts getting numb all the way through. And this is with alcohol poisoning. So by the time someone is, the last place of the brain to numb up is back here. It's your brainstem. It's back here. And the brainstem is the oldest part of the brain. It's also the place where it controls breathing. It also controls heart rate. It's just the oldest part of the brain, so we need that. That's the last part of the brain that the alcohol will numb. Once that's numb, then you know that you're in serious trouble because you're going to stop breathing and you die. People die from alcohol poisoning. So he was 14 years old. He had his first alcohol poisoning. They brought him into the ER, and he went. I got the medical notes because I wanted to see them myself. But he went 90 seconds to 2 minutes without breathing. And they had to shake him and give him Narcan to get him to start breathing again. And it was successful, they did. Had he not made it to the ER, he would have passed away then. So I knew his drinking was very serious, and he was a heavy drinker. And I saw the disease take him all the way down through his teenage years. I saw it take him into his 20s. In the beginning, in his early 20s, he was drinking, and he was able to hold down a job for a while. He was a good carpenter. He loved to do carpentry, and he was a good carpenter. And so he could hold that down. He probably held that down for maybe a year or two, but then the drinking got in the way. He started drinking again. And he was a hardcore, he's one of the hardcore alcoholics. And I knew that early on. And so I did as much as I could to get him help and to get him into treatment, to get him into go to your meetings, all the things that you have to do. Pretty soon it started involving legal problems. In his teens he already did, but it was not necessarily in his adult record, but he was getting into legal problems. Underage drinking, and I think one time as a teenager, he and a friend wanted to continue drinking, and the bars were closed, so they broke a window, and they went into the bar and got more alcohol, and that's all they took and left. But anyway, the 20s was pretty much the same. Now, during this time, I didn't have any concern about suicide. I didn't think, okay, he's going to kill himself, or he didn't show me any signs of suicide, and I didn't see any. And what I did see, though, was a heavy drinker, a heavy alcohol user. In mid-20s, he started to not be able to hold down jobs, and just was drinking. Now, the next part I'm going to say is where the stressors come in people's lives. And when the stressors start to appear in your life, that is going to be, it could possibly be a suicide. It's going to fall into one of the suicide risk behaviors, this next stressor that I tell you about. Sorry. So the next stressor in his life, which if the slide was up there, I'd show you where it is. It's going to be under risk factors, but he already had one of the risk factors. He's had more, but with the risk factors, we'd see alcoholism, we'd see heavy alcohol drinking. That means it's risk factor for suicide ideation, attempt, or completion. Okay, so I'm going to tell you another stressor that came into his life. He was married, and he was married to Shannon, and she had 2 children before they met, and he had 1 son before they met. And her daughter was 1 year old when they met. And he took her like his daughter, and she saw him as a dad. She lived with him, and they lived together for 1 year. And his drinking was still continuing. Another the stressor that stepped in was she died suddenly at the age of 2, just turned 2, and she died suddenly. And both of them lost their child. He considered her his child because he raised her for the last year of her life. So she died. And I knew that this meant more alcohol and more drinking for my son. And I didn't know at that time what it was like to lose a child. So I kind of put some limitations on him. And, I don't think you should stop drinking, but the drinking increased. Both of their drinking increased. So that's another stress, or that's another risk factor, and also that would be in the risk factor. Because right now, risk factors mean they may not complete suicide because you're in the risk factors, but there's a better chance than average. So his fell in that in terms of loss and loss of a child. So he's all through his 30s. I didn't have a concern about suicide. I didn't have a concern that he was suicidal. There are times that I did ask him just because of they lost their daughter, and that was very, very heavy. And I don't know how many people in this room have lost a child, but it's something you don't bounce back from. You can bounce back only to a certain point, but you're not going to bounce back to who you were before the loss because it's so difficult. It's basically losing a child. It's literally hell. It is. So they started drinking more. They made a memorial page, was made for her on YouTube. When he would drink, he would listen to that memorial page and watch it and get really sad. And sometimes would say he wants to be with her. Sometimes he would say he wants to be with her. And that means in heaven with her, deceased in heaven with her. And so I did start to worry about both of them, that if they got really intoxicated, that this is something they might do just because they missed her so much and they want to be with them. And I don't think there's a greater stressor than the loss of your child. So, the drinking increased. And is that going to get fixed or no? What's that? And it was doing it so well. Oh, good. Okay. Okay, you can go to the next slide. Okay, this slide is when I told you that it's September Suicide Prevention Month, but it also says September is National Suicide Awareness Prevention Month. But, and this is what I wish could be true for everyone, but for me it's also January, February, March, April, May, June, July, August, November, and December, which means we're not just preventing suicide or talking about suicide in September. That is all year long. Next slide. Oh, I just wanted to dedicate this to my son. We had his memorial a couple weekends ago, and I just want to dedicate this to him because I wouldn't be here talking about any of this, and I want him to know that I still want to bring to him a sense of honor and how to use his tragedy in a positive way. And so here I just say, I found that and I thought that was so cute. And there he is in the corner there. Just let your spirit fly. This one is, if you see some beads around and people wearing beads, that means the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention. What they've done is they've made beads kind of be their theme, I guess. And they have different color beads. And I didn't put that in here. There's different color beads. And if you look on this table over here, Community Health Education did a really good job. And they made ribbons instead. And now the ribbons are different colors. And so are the beads. So if you want to go over there on a break or during lunch, you can pick out the color that fits you because each color matches something different. And some of them might be, Audrey, what are some of them on there? What are some of the, okay, blue would be just supporting prevention. Friend or relative loss, or I would even say attempt. Friends or family who are struggling, that's the color is teal. So on a break, and there's much more over there, but you can go over and put a pin on, and they, in some cases it would be beads, but they couldn't get all the beads. So that's why you see beads on your table, is because it's, I wear white beads. For me, I wear white beads in honor of my son for a suicide loss. Okay, good. Okay, here's the risk factors, and I've already kind of talked about those. So just remember that we can't predict a suicide attempt from these risk factors. We just can't, because one, suicide is so complex. If there's a suicide attempt, if there's a suicide completion, suicide is so complex, there's not just one answer to it. So keep in mind that these are risk factors only. Doesn't mean they're going to. But anyone who has a mental disorder, says up there, alcohol and substance abuse is a big one. It's really major, especially for Native people. This is a major, major risk factor because the suicide completions that we've had almost, not all, but almost all of them have been under the influence of alcohol. And so that is huge. Hopelessness. Hopelessness is associated with depression, and you're feeling so depressed and hopeless, and you could be depressed for a number of reasons, but that's another risk factor. Impulsive and aggressive tendencies. Impulsivity could come from using alcohol. That can come from there, and so can the aggression. History of trauma or abuse, that's another one. Do they have a history of trauma or abuse? That may make a difference. A major physical illness. If you have a chronic illness or, now this one doesn't happen a whole lot in Native country. I'm giving you, I took these off two websites, SAMHSA website and NAMI website. And so the physical illness isn't always true for Native population, but it is there. Also, what's very important is a previous suicide attempt. If that person has completed, or not completed, but attempted suicide before, so they would be at higher risk for another suicide gesture. Job loss or financial loss. Our statistics are so different as Native people. They're so different than they are in the general population across the country, because that's a huge one for the general population in the United States is loss of job or financial loss. That's huge. But this is a SAMHSA page I'm on, so they're including everyone. But that's not so much one for our people. Now, do you want to go back real quick? So I just wanted to go over, here's how I wanted to do it, is go over the risk factors that my son had. So my son, he was diagnosed as ADHD when he was young, but was not diagnosed with any mental disorders. Alcohol, but he did have a strong risk factor with alcohol. Alcohol was his drug, and it got to a point of daily drinking and being detoxed. At the time, I believe he was feeling hopeless about his situation. He had been drinking for so long and getting in trouble for so long, in and out of jail, in and out of prison, that I think his hopelessness was coming from, I can't fight this disease anymore. I can't do it anymore. I'm living this kind of life and I can't fight it anymore. So that's where I think his hopelessness was. Okay, you can go to the next slide. Okay, so other risk factors, loss of relationship. That's huge. That's a big one for our Native community, is if they break up, if their marriage goes through a divorce, whether they're young, high school love, or mature love in their 20s, but if the relationship, if there's a loss, that's going to also be a risk factor. The June, he died in November. The following June, him and his wife broke up. And I know that was a big factor for him. That was real devastating for him. And that's where the first stressor came. So easy access to lethal means, that's another risk factor. If you have a gun in your house, if you know how to use guns, males in the general population are 4 times more likely to complete suicide than women. Women attempt more, but males complete more, 4 times more. And there's some other statistics we'll go through. So local clusters of suicide, that's another risk factor when we see that happening, and I think a few times our community has seen that. Lack of social support and social isolation. Martha brought up a good point. The lack of socialization and social support and a sense of isolation. She brought up about our elders who often feel that anyway. But now we've had the pandemic going on for so long, and so now they're even more isolated and do not go out in the community even more. And people aren't stopping by, people aren't checking on them, they're starting to feel isolated. So isolation with elders is another big risk factor. In the non-native world community, the general population, that's one of their highest age for risk factors is in their 80s, 75 to 80s. It's not for us as Native people, but it is for the general population. So keep in mind of your elders, because a lot of times, more often than not, they do feel lonely and they do feel very isolated. And those are some risk factors for suicide, whether ideation or suicide completion. Okay, so let's go on. Stigma associated with asking for help. That would be another risk factor of that stigma. That stigma is there. Don't want to ask for help. If you ask for help for mental health or behavioral health, then you're weak. Something's wrong, you're weak. Why do you have to go to mental health? So that's a huge one, that stigma. I'm going to kind of go quickly through these. The stressful life events, that's typically what we see a lot too for suicide behaviors, whether it's attempts or completions. But loss of our loved one, legal troubles, interpersonal relationships such as shame, harassment and bullying. Bullying is another big one right now for young people going to school. And so that would be another risk factor if your child or grandchild is being bullied. Discriminated, relationship problems may contribute to suicide risk. So my son fit in there, that his marriage was declining. They were separated. Then in that September, he was beaten up badly. And he was taken to Coteau ER. He lost so much blood that he coded on the emergency room, on the gurney on the emergency room table. He coded, and they had to do CPR to bring him back. He would have died then. And he was then life-flighted to Sioux Falls and stayed in ICU for 11 days. We found out that both sides of his jaw were broken, and arm was broken and leg was broken. And there was so much swelling in his face that it was closing off his airway. So he had to have life support, intubation. They had to put a life support so he could breathe. Otherwise, it was going to close off that breathing. And then he probably would have to have this. But he didn't remember it because he was drinking, he was intoxicated, doesn't remember what happened to him, has no memory of it. So that was another one. He had to eat with his jaws, both sides were wired shut. And so for the first 6 weeks, he had to eat through a straw, whatever was liquid. And he didn't remember it. That was in September. And then in November is when he completed. In October, we went back and forth to appointments to Sioux Falls, back and forth. But the other stressor, the major stressor, was that a restraining order was being put on him, that he could not see his children for 5 years. And that meant no contact with them, no third-party contact. We did not know that court proceeding was going on because we were so caught up in I had to take the month of October off to take care of him. And we went back and forth to appointments. So we weren't aware of that. But that was like I think that was the last thing for him, to not be able to see his kids for 5 years. Now, when he had his accident, until the time when he was beaten, his assault, when that happened in September to October, he stayed sober. The first time he stayed sober, and I don't even know how long, but he was sober for 2 months. And it was really nice to see him sober for 2 months, because he came back. During those 2 months, I did ask him a lot about suicide. I said, "Are you depressed? What you're going through, you would be depressed." I talked to him about all the depressed symptoms from one of our assessment tools, asked him how he's feeling, asked him how any loss of pleasure, is he tired? He basically passed. I memorized the Beck depression screen. And so he basically passed the Beck depression screen. He said he wasn't depressed. I did tell him, though, that even though you don't remember, and your body has body memory, and it remembers the assault, and that's still in you. Okay, so we went over risk factors. Let's go over warning signs very quickly, because I'm running out of time. Now, these are the more serious ones. The warning signs are the more serious ones. These are ones that are immediate. It may be occurring in the moment. So these are the ones that are more serious. And so someone talking about wanting to die or kill themselves. This might be, I don't care if I don't wake up in the morning. Or it might be something directly. They might say that they're feeling suicidal. They might say that. They might say, "I don't want to live anymore. This is just too hard." They look for ways to kill themselves. Might search online or might buy a gun. This is that hopelessness feeling again, talking about hopelessness and feeling no reason to live. Talking about feeling trapped or in unbearable pain. And I know that we all have been through something in our life that has been unbearable in terms of pain. And it could be a number of things. Warning signs. Another one, they talk about being a burden to their family. I'm a burden, nobody would care anyway. Saying goodbye to family and friends. That might not be so overt. That might just be coming to visit, telling you I love you when they leave. Here's the other one, increasing use of alcohol or drugs. If you start to notice someone's drinking more, because here's also something, I've worked here at IHS for 23 years, and almost always, I don't have the statistics, but I can probably say, at least the people I've seen, 90% of them have made a suicide attempt while they were intoxicated. Some don't really remember it at all, and some say they got intoxicated so they can do it, have the courage to do it. So the alcohol plays a big part for us, for our Native people, when we're looking at suicide. Acting anxious, agitated, recklessly, withdrawing or isolating themselves, showing rage or talking about seeking revenge, extreme mood swings. Those are all examples of warning signs. Friends and family, this is so true. Friends and family are often the very first ones to recognize the warning signs. They are, because They're around you. You know them. You love them. You can tell differences in them. If their mood is changing, they're more agitated, are they drinking more, are they staying in their room longer? So friends and families are the first ones to notice the signs. So we, mental health professionals, really rely on family and friends to bring their loved one to us, because we won't see it, but you guys see it. And that's a real big message there. There is no single cause. There is not one thing that causes a suicide completion. It's very complex, if you look in the literature and you do all the reading about suicide, there is so much literature on that. It's so complex, very complex. Each suicide attempt or completion is also very different from each other. And so there isn't one thing. There isn't one thing that we can say this is why. It's a combination of many things. And it is super complex. I found this picture when I was looking through information on the computer, and this picture just really touched me, because it's about, obviously you can see a man is wanting to jump off the bridge. Kind of reminded me of the San Francisco Bridge and Kevin Hines. I'm not sure if anyone had the chance to ever hear of Kevin Hines. Video or YouTube him, Kevin Hines. He jumped off the Golden Gate Bridge in San Francisco. Over 1,200 people have jumped, and 16 have survived. And he was one of them who survived. And actually, not too long ago, maybe 2 years ago, he was at TZ. He came to TZ, and he spoke to the students, all just like in a room like this. He spoke to the students. And so I went out there, and I had the chance to meet him and listen to his story. And it's quite remarkable. It really is. So if you can, that would be one to YouTube and look up. But this is not the Golden Gate Bridge, but it just reminded me of it, and of all the people that are trying to save him from jumping. And he is probably feeling in a hopeless state. He's probably feeling nothing will ever get better. Things are going to stay the same. My life sucks. Nobody really cares. I'm just a burden to people. I would be better off dead. And I'm just assuming that those are the thoughts that would be running through his mind. Because I think of that often. Of my son was highly intoxicated when he took his life. I don't even know if he remembers taking his life. I think that he was in a blackout because his blood alcohol level was almost a little over 3, almost 3. And I don't think he remembers doing that. Had he not drank that night, would he be alive? Yes, he would. Would he be alive today? I don't know. But drinking is a thing that gave him, I've heard people call it, give me the courage to do it. But I know he was feeling that throughout his, in October and November, when he was recovering from his healing his body and recovering from that. And I know he thought he couldn't see his children for 5 years, which we could make it legally that it would not be 5 years, but it would be a fight. I know how he would feel. He didn't admit that to me, but I'm sure he had some of the same feelings as this young man. So I just thought this was a very poignant picture. And you can see all the people who are trying to save his life. And probably none of those are his relatives, but they're all trying to save his life. Because despite everything, his life matters. And our lives matter. And our children who passed away, their lives matter. Our relatives who've passed away, their lives matter. And my son's life matters. So I just really, this picture touched me in a special way. Go on to the next one. I wanted to talk really quick on alcohol and suicide. The reason I wanted to talk about it because it affects us. It affects us as Native people. The general population, it doesn't have that high of a correlation, but for us it does. So I want to just go through. 90% of people who complete suicide suffer from depression and or substance abuse. So those are the two mental illnesses that are have to really watch for, the depression and the mental, or the depression and the substance abuse. People with substance abuse use disorders are 6 times more likely to attempt suicide. So remember, the first one is about completion, and the next one is about attempting. In terms of suicide behaviors, this is just all attempts or gestures or ideation. In terms of that suicide behaviors, heavy drinkers are 5 to 10 times more greater risk. Alcohol use disorder is a significant predictor of suicide and premature death. Alcoholism plays a role of 1 out of 3 completed suicides. Men are 4 times more likely to complete suicide than women. So we ask ourselves, why men? Why are women attempting more and men are completing more? And so one of the things that has been brought up or discussed has been culture of silence among men, sign of weakness. We'll get to this in a little bit more later in the next slide. Here are 5 steps that you can do to help with someone in emotional pain. I will go over these quickly, but it was talked about a little bit this morning, I think by Destiny, I think she did talk a little bit about what to do. So when someone comes to you, or you see someone is suicidal, or they actually say, I want to kill myself, or you thinking that they're feeling like that, and we don't know what to do. So asking them the question, asking them just, are you thinking about killing yourself? Are you having suicidal thoughts? If you ask them that, that's not going to put that into their mind. They're not going to all of a sudden think, oh yeah, I could do suicide. It doesn't do that. They're already thinking about it if it's there. And so asking them isn't going to make it happen for them. And really, to be honest, when I've asked people that, they are pretty honest. It might be, no, I'm not thinking about suicide. It might be, yeah. Might be silent for a little while, and you might hear, yeah, I am. I've been thinking about it. So asking the question is crucial. And this whole thing can be all day long presentation, and I'm just doing it in a few minutes, but it can be a day long presentation. Keep them safe, reducing a suicidal person's access to. Okay, so first, Crystal asked, what is the thing to do when someone says to you, I'm having suicidal thoughts? And everyone gave good answers, and she said to have ears, which means to listen. So listen to them. Don't think you have to make them be quiet, but listen. Listen means you do not have to give them advice. You don't have to fix it for them, because none of this you can do. It doesn't mean, no, don't do that. So many people love you. And while that's true, that is not the time to say that. The time when they're saying they're having thoughts of suicide, that's the time to listen. Listen to them. They will feel better. That means don't go to your phone. Even turn your phone off in front of them. Put your phone away. Close the door in the bedroom if that's where you are. Have the kids go in the other room. All those little behaviors you do are going to make them feel important because you're ready to listen to them. And then keeping them safe. If you have guns in the house, pills in the house, put them away. Be there, listen carefully, learn the individual's thinking and feeling. That's the one I said. Help them connect. It says here to connect them with Suicide Prevention Hotline. You can call the Suicide Prevention Hotline. The helper doesn't have to have suicidal thoughts. You can call them and talk to them and ask them what to do. So I'm going to bring that slide up in the next one. Stay in touch, stay in touch with the crisis. If they're having suicidal thoughts, you can always call IHS Behavioral Health if somebody is having suicidal thoughts, because that's the one crisis that we do cancel appointments for, so we can see that patient that day. So we're available. I also think there was a resource paper going around, right? Where's Audrey? But anyway, there was a resource sheet that was going around listing all the different resources we have in our community to help. But you might want to have them be evaluated by a mental health counselor. Next one. We won't do this because of time. Okay, there's a suicide prevention hotline. Do you guys by chance have this number in your phone? If you don't, I'm going to take just a few minutes for you to put this number in your phone. 1-800-273-8255. So you can write Suicide Prevention, Lifeline, and that number. So I'm kind of being sarcastic, but so if you don't have it in your phone already, can you please put it in now? I'll give a few minutes. Also, Roxanne is in the back table. She brought lots of pamphlets and papers and things for us on suicide prevention, suicide in general, suicide behaviors after a suicide attempt. So please visit her in that back table. Okay. I want to talk about what are the barriers in our community to get help for people who have a mental illness or for people who are having suicidal behaviors. What are the barriers? And I just want some ideas from you guys. What do you think stops people? Yes?
I think one of the barriers is that we don't have enough support groups for people who have different issues. The one that I'm seeing right now where the tribe is failing is we got all this COVID money, but there's no support group for the long haul COVID persons who suffered from long haul COVID. And I think the community in general doesn't even know the symptoms they suffer from or how debilitating they are. And they fit a lot of those risk factors because many of them can't work, they've lost their jobs, they may have, stressors because of that, like how am I going to pay my bills, how am I going to live, where's my housing? And then I think the other thing is that the hopelessness, because many of the physicians that deal with the multiple symptoms that they have are at a loss sometimes to help the patients see that, there's going to be an end to this. And there's 3 things that can happen with long-term COVID. 1, they're going to die from it. 2, they're going to live that way for the rest of their life. And then there's very few, I think just 30% are going to get well. And so as a community, I don't think we're supporting those people. And I attended a meeting with Human Services about long-term COVID patients, and one of the persons who had COVID got up and was talking about how debilitating it was, and there was such a lack of support. And this was a older man. He just started crying. And so I think we don't always do well in being sympathetic to people, and sometimes I think we inadvertently bully people who are suffering.
Thank you, Gabby. That goes back to some of the risk factors that what she mentioned goes back to a lot of the risk factors that we're talking about. Poor access to health care, bullying, she said. Bullying then causes stigma, or it also causes you to not go get help, or it also causes you to think about suicide. So we saw the things she mentioned, we did see a lot of there in the risk factors. Any other ideas? What are some barriers? Why don't people want to come in to go see a mental health worker? At the clinic, medical providers send a consult to us all the time, every day. We get consults, but then, and Roxanne schedules the appointment, and then the day comes and nobody comes. Why do you think that is? Any ideas? There isn't one right answer. Oh my gosh. Okay, I've got 5 minutes left. So let's go on to the next slide. Stigma. Let's go on to stigma. Stigma is shame. The number one thing I think, and that's why I wanted to bring this up, that there is such a stigma to mental illness, mental health, suicide. There is such a stigma. And I remember people wanting to come into our clinic in the back door because they don't want people to see them going through the behavioral health door because of the stigma. And I'm going to say that this stigma is even harder, even more concrete in males. Males have the stigma, and I feel bad, and that's the thing we have to break. And this is why I wanted to start doing this, is talking about my son and talking about his suicide completion. And I'm a counselor. I've been a counselor for 23 years, and this is all I did. And I wasn't there. I didn't save my son from suicide. That definitely, in the beginning, I was like, here's one thing. I didn't weigh too heavy on that because I know that I helped him as much as I could in all the other areas of his life. And so, but I thought, hey, if I come out and talk about this, and I'm a counselor, and my son completed suicide, I hope that takes away the stigma of it, that we can't talk about it, because I'm always willing to talk about it. Talk about his suicide, completion, to educate someone else. Go ahead with the other slide. Ways to fight stigma. You can read what you can read.
I think if we're still on this, a barrier to getting help would be just very basic. People don't have internet, they don't have telephones, they don't even have that 800 number. You know, I think that it's probably needs more education in the community in that regard.
Yeah, I totally agree. Martha said people don't have cell phones, they don't have internet, and I definitely agree. And they don't have transportation, and I do think that that's a barrier, one of the barriers. So these are ways to fight stigma. I'm not going to go to that because I probably got 2 minutes left. This one just says mental health stigma stops people from talking about their internal struggles, which could become much more manageable when you feel listened to without being judged. That's the main stigma, is that people are going to judge you. People are going to talk bad of you. They're going to think you're weak. They're going to think something's wrong with her. They're going to talk about you and judge you, and nobody wants to be judged. But hopefully someday it could be the same as going into the clinic for your asthma. And you're going into the clinic for your asthma, and no one's going to judge you on asthma. Oh my gosh, she has asthma. You know, no one's going to do that. But the stigma is still there with mental health and with suicide. Next slide. Oh, I love this little one, this saying. Just be brave. Be brave with your one precious life. I just want to tell a quick story about my son. I went through counseling myself, and I had to put 1,000 pieces of this big puzzle together and put it back in place so I can see, and that was some of the work I did in counseling. One of the things I knew I had to do at some point in my healing was I had to ask my son for his forgiveness. That I, as a mental health counselor, wasn't there to save him. Everyone could say all these things, but that was something I still had to do for myself. And in August of 2019, I came home from work, and I knew I had to do that, and that was the time that I had to do that. So that evening, I said a prayer, and I talked to him, and I asked for his forgiveness, that as a mother, I couldn't protect him. As a mental health counselor, I couldn't protect him. And I asked him to forgive me. And that was very hard. I cried a lot. And I know my son, and I know that he's saying, Mom, come here. You don't have to even ask forgiveness. I know that that's what he would say, and that is what he would do. And I could just picture him doing that. And he would probably get upset with me for even asking that. Mom, you don't have to ask that. Please, I forgive you. But I did have to ask. I went to bed that night, finally calmed down about 11 o'clock, went to bed that night. The next morning, it's summer, it's in August, so I leave my window open. And the next morning, I wake up at 6:20 to the sound of fluttering birds, like their wings. Their wings were fluttering, and they were right outside my window, and I heard it, just fluttering wings. And first thing I thought they were owls, because the wings sounded big, and there was a lot of them, and I thought it was an owl. When I told my brother-in-law that story, he said, no, it's not owls. I already know that because owls don't make sounds when they fly. So it wasn't owls. And I thought, what is it? What's out there? So I went to my bedroom window, and right when I got to the window, I heard one bird with wings fly away because it was right below my window. So I peeked out the window, and I just couldn't believe it. There were about 25 to 30 robins. Robin with the blue breasts, isn't there a song about robins? There were about 25 to 30 robins out there. And they were in my backyard, and they were flying around, flying from one tree to another. Some were hopping on the ground. They kind of were in the alley, and I'm trying to count them, and I can't believe these are robins, because I never see 25 to 30 robins. I mean, if they were geese, I could understand, but robins, the most I ever see is 3, maybe 4 robins together. But these were robins, and they were just walking around. And I knew instantly, because I love robins, and I knew instantly that this was my son sending a sign to me that, Mom, robins remind me of spring. They remind me of renewal. They remind me of peace and serenity. They're just an awesome, spring is here, and so is the robin. The robin brings the spring to me. And so when I see my first robin of every year, I always was excited. So I know that that was his way of telling me, you're forgiven, Mom, there's nothing to forgive. But he sent me those robins just to let me know that. And I appreciated that so much. There's so much more to talk about, so much more to tell. And I only had an hour, and I probably went longer. But I just want to thank all of you guys for listening, and for the men in here, please, and all of us, to please do not think of your depression, your anxiety, if you're having suicidal thoughts, do not think of that as weakness. It's not weakness. And if you cry, that's not weakness either. But I better close here. But thank you guys for listening, and thank you guys for coming. I think community education did a really good job with everything. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Debbie, for that. Thank you for sharing your story. Thank you for teaching what people really want to know. Thank you for your courage and your strength to help us in our community. So in order to take care of others, we must first take care of ourselves. Our next presenter, before we go to lunch, came all the way to us today from Minneapolis. I'd like to invite up Miss Victoria Marie from Indigenous Lotus. Thank you for being here, Victoria.
Thank you so much. Hi, everybody. Thank you for having me here. Thank you so much, Debbie, for that. That touched my heart. So my name is Victoria. I am the founder of Indigenous Lotus. I am an enrolled member here, Old Agency. So I have some aunties in here. Hello. I did live up here for some time. I lost my mom up here when I was 15 years old. I grew up in Minneapolis, didn't come from too much. I lived in the projects the majority of my entire life. And then we moved up here for a little bit of time, and it was a completely different change in the social settings. And I had a really hard time. This is also, speaking or being able to share this meditation that I'm going to be doing here really sat here in my heart, because I would practice hurting myself. So I used to cut because I wanted to feel hurt. And I had so much anger and so much pain that it was one of the hardest things to do was to talk. My mom actually had me meet with Debbie, but I was in such a hurtful place here that I couldn't do that. And I continued to run, and I continued to hurt myself, and I continued to hurt other people. So, with that being said, I decided as I got older and I had my son really young, at just when I turned 17 years old, I was going to provide a better life for my son to the best way that I can with the tools that I had. And no matter what, I was not going to give up. Now, my lotus flowers cover markings. So I made it beautiful. These cuts do not define me. They are a part of my life. I embrace it. And therefore, I take that as an opportunity to be able to relate and hold space for youth that I work with. So, my journey has been, I've been working with youth, Indigenous youth, for over 10 years now. I am a 500-hour yoga instructor. I am a life coach. I am a business student. I have a business degree. And I work really heavily in the Indigenous community, and I'm actually very grateful I get to travel and go around the nation, connecting with other people and learning about different cultures. The one thing that I learned for myself in my healing was to hold space for me. Because no matter what your belief systems are, you are the most important person in your life, no matter what. No matter what you believe in, who you pray to, you. It doesn't mean that you're better than anybody. It means that you're putting yourself first, taking care of yourself in a good way, being able to be there for others. So when I talk about holding space, I talk about being able to sit with yourself and acknowledge your emotions, acknowledge your thoughts without judgment. And then practicing that outside of yourself with others. So we are going to go ahead and get started. This is going to also lead on to our ancestral connection meditation and movement piece that we have afterwards. So this is just a little bit, getting into it a little bit. I want to ask all of you to sit back comfortably in your chair. Phones down. And now, if you come from a really traumatic background, or you feel like you carry trauma from past lives, from your family, anything you've inherited, notice your place in this room before we close our eyes. Notice where you sit. Do you tend to sit here often in the back of the room where you can see the door? Perhaps where nobody is sitting behind you and you feel a bit safer? So take notice of your place. Notice who you're sitting next to. Notice who you're not sitting next to. Now I want to invite you to close your eyes. Closing your eyes, begin to plant your feet. As we plant our feet, we feel the earth beneath us. We feel Mother Earth. Take one hand and place it on your heart. Feel that beat from your heart down to your feet. We all share this same heartbeat with one another. Now you may keep your hand here at any time. Anytime you need to, you can pull it right back in. Let's go ahead and take a deep breath in through the nose, into our belly, big belly breathing here. Hold. Exhale. Being able to control our breath can help control our nervous system. Go ahead and continue to breathe in through the nose, into the belly, and exhale through the nose. Any thoughts, any distractions, acknowledge them, but begin to turn the noise down. If our eyes are closed, turn the eyes up towards the center brow. As you continue to breathe in, extend your roots deep into the earth. Intertwining with our neighbors across the room. Just as the trees provide support to one another by intertwining their root system, now continuing to keep the eyes closed. Let's go ahead and think of something that's kind of weighing heavy on us. But we're going to do so without any judgment. We're just going to observe it. I've had heavy conversation today, but perhaps we don't feel heavy, we feel joy. We feel connection. Or maybe there's sorrow, grief, anger. Once you've pinpointed that, see it in front of you. Drawing this string of energy, of light to it. And just observe it for a minute. Just be. Our emotions are human. They are natural. They are beautiful. It is okay to be sad, angry, happy, feeling joy. It's all natural. It's all normal. Now, because our emotions are temporary, feelings are temporary, whatever that is in front of you, begin to see that light, that string, detach from it as it diminishes. And begin to see this emotion fade away. Up into the sky, into the atmosphere. Just letting it go. Again, no judgment. Now, focus back on your breath. This breath is your life force. As you breathe in through the nose, feel the air at the tip of the nostrils. Hear it and feel it fill the belly. And as you exhale, feel the exhale. Now, if there's any residual from that might still be lingering, you can keep the eyes closed, take your head over to the left, down and over to the right, from side to side. Taking the shoulders up towards the ears and back. Shaking loose anything that we have here. feeling it fall away from the body. Taking the hands, circling out the wrists. Now let's go ahead and place one hand on the heart and one hand on the belly. And as you breathe in, feel yourself getting lighter and brighter. Energy cannot be created or destroyed. So let's draw that energy that's already here and light it up. And as this light gets brighter and as you glow brighter, you're going to notice that those next to you are glowing just as you are. We feel that connection to Mother Earth. We feel Father Sky above us. Now, before we open our eyes, go ahead and place a soft smile on your face. And to yourself, say one thing that you are grateful for. Now collectively, together here in this space, in this circle, take one big deep breath in, fill the belly, hold, and exhale, open mouth. Now, because the sun is still up, we're going to take those hands down, reach down towards the earth. We're going to inhale, arms sweep up, hands come together, reach up, salute to the sun. Exhale, draw all that down into our heart space. And plant that in your heart. Hands come back together into prayer. We're going to bow forward. Thumbs come to center brow. Giving thanks to yourself for being here, for showing up, for taking this time, and also holding space for others. I want to say thank you, Padamia. Thank you, everybody.
We get to do some more this afternoon? Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Victoria. We get to look forward to doing that again this afternoon, some other techniques. So we're going to get ready. We have lunch. Are you girls going to serve or do we come up there? Okay. Can we have somebody volunteer to do the prayer for lunch? Audrey? Catherine? Yeah. Okay. Catherine, would you do us the honor of saying the meal prayer?
Hantukashina wakantaka. Oyete washteste mayakopi. Opida chiche. Oyete kide washte ye. Opida tank. Hedgetu takos.
Okay, we can get in line. Okay. All right, we can line up for, let's enjoy our lunch. Yeah. We'll turn the lights back on. And remember during our little break here to go outside too and get some fresh air before we start back up again at 1 o'clock.
big thing. Because I was if I was not in that, if I was not in that, or do you think about me saying that? Or, like, would you be like, and this is where I really want people to be honest, or know they probably won't, but like people, I don't see it from a child, they see it from real.
So why do you want them to be, I mean, that's their stuff, it's not yours.
Yeah.
So it doesn't even matter what they, you know what I mean?
I'm just curious.
There was a lady, she was working at Dakota Pride, Diane Younger, or no, Diane, but she remember her son died, and she quit working in that field because she said, how can she drowned or something? She said, how can I be an effective counselor? How can you save my son? So she quit working in the field. She just stopped. And that was, she was a good worker. But the trauma just got, you know, like your child is dead. People might say that, but if they do, there's something wrong with them.
If they do, that's fine. I just want to, I want to say that, because I want to say, I'm sure many of you think that, or talk about that. Because when I first started, someone got back to me that someone said, why is she being a counselor? Because the only son was speaking. And so that kind of, and I know he said it, that kind of but I don't, then there's a part of me that would like to have, like, said, give a presentation on, like, here's how it can save things. I know where it's at. I've done this with my counselor, you know, and it was the only time where that I could save this scenario would be call the police and start to do the wrong. And they had to do the conversation.
So you weren't even home.
But I wasn't even home.
You didn't even know he was in bed.
I didn't know he was in blood. I didn't know that he was, I was thinking he might be drinking. I might drink because I'm burned. And so, but when I like putting the pieces together, that was where the only place, because he always denied, always September, October, I talked to him about depression. The other message I really wanted to get across, but I do that because it's very hard because I'm men there, is to say the truth. Is tender.
Stigma. Yeah. Okay. Oh, yeah. Can we pass that around? Okay, so we're going to get started. It's 1 o'clock. So remember those white bags in your white bag? So this is just kind of how one looks. And if you're working on them, if you have a white sandwich bag, so you can put your loved one's name on that bag if you want to. And then there's a candle inside. You can decorate your bag, and then we're going to put it up on the front. So you could bring your bags forward. We got a couple more up here too. Okay, and now we're going to get started with our 1 o'clock presentation by Katana Jackson from IHS. I'd like to call her up. I'm not too familiar with Katana. I did see one presentation from her at the park. We were doing some exercises. So this afternoon, we're really going to start going into an area where we're going to take care of ourselves. That's what this afternoon is going to be about, is about self-care, self-love, acceptance, all of those good things, because that is a part of the healing process. So I want help, if you would help me in welcoming Katana this afternoon.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm going to walk around like Debbie. So, as she said, I'm a social worker at IHS Behavioral Health, I've been here a little over 2 years now. I came from West River, so now I'm a Betrader and live on East River. But my practice or my therapies have really changed over my career. I started this in 2009 when I graduated from grad school, and how I practice now is really different than how I practiced when I first came into the field. But some of the stuff that I talk about now, I wish I would have known then. Or maybe I wish it would have connected better with me. I think it's always been there. I think this knowledge has always been there. We just sometimes have a hard time connecting the dots. So, I'll start my presentation. I just always put up this disclaimer because some of the information I give is from what I've learned, what I've heard, what I hear from patients and experts, I suppose. So that's my disclaimer. Okay, so the title of my presentation is Cultivating Your Whole Health. So I'm going to give you my version of what whole health means. Now, there's a lot of versions of what whole health means, but what it comes down to are these three. It's you. It's about you. It's your health. It's you as an individual. Okay? The other thing is, what do you want for yourself? What do you want for your health? I often hear patients come and see me and they say, I seen my doctor and I got on some depression meds, but I quit taking them. Well, how long did you take them? 2 weeks. What was the point of seeing your doctor? To get on depression meds. So you went in, made the appointment, got on depression meds, 2 weeks later you quit taking them. Is that really what you want for your health? Is that really what you wanted for yourself? To me, that doesn't show that. Okay? The other components are, so this is where the whole health comes in. Okay? Your mental, physical, emotional, relational, and spiritual health. Okay? They're all interconnected. They all have a positive correlation, which means a positive correlation means when one goes up, another one goes up. When one goes down, the other one goes down. That's a positive correlation. A negative correlation is when one goes up, the other one goes down, like this. But these are positive correlations. They have an effect on each other. You can go to the next one. So that's you. I was trying to draw, I draw a picture in my sessions that show this, and I was trying to be an artist, and it didn't work out. So this was the best one I could find. So your whole health is the circle, the hands, okay? That's you. That's what your physical, emotional, mental, relational, and spiritual health. It's a circle. Whenever one of those is out of whack, they're not working very well for you, imagine one of those hands, two of those hands, half of those hands disappear. And then your whole health is struggling. Okay? Personal story. When I was in grad school, when did I go to grad school? Long time ago. But 2 weeks before I went to grad school, my grandpa died. And I really debated on not even going to grad school. I was going to stay home with my grandma. I was going to just, keep working at the casino. I don't know. I really didn't have a plan. But I really considered not going to grad school. But I went. And while I was in grad school, the first couple months, I was an emotional wreck. I was a roller coaster. I'd cry 1 minute, I'd laugh 1 minute, I couldn't sleep, I lost a lot of weight. So anyways, I got sick, okay, which makes sense. When you're feeling that overwhelmed, when you're feeling that sick, your immune system naturally goes down. So I got sick and I went into the clinic, their tribal clinic, and I remember sitting there and the doctor, a woman doctor, so I'm like 22 years old, maybe 23. The woman doctor is treating me, oh yeah, you have a sinus infection, whatever I had. And then she goes, Katana, and she just looks me dead in the eye. How are you doing? And I'm like, well, I'm fine. I'm in grad school, but I'm fine. And she's like, no, how are you doing mentally, emotionally? How are you doing? And I just busted out crying. And I went on this verbal rant. I don't even remember what I said, but I remember stopping and looking at her and going, oh my God, you're going to hospitalize me. Okay? Did not know anything about mental health then, all right? And she looks at me and she's like, why would you say that? And I was like, because I'm sitting here crying and I'm sitting here saying all this stuff. I feel so sad and I feel so down and I miss my grandpa and I'm here in this city and oh my God, you're going to hospitalize me. And I'm thinking like psychiatric hospitalization, okay? She's like, no. She goes, I'm glad you told me this. I started a homeopathic sleep med, and she referred me to counseling. And that was my second month into grad school. So while I'm doing that, I'm attending grad school, I'm working at a bar, and I'm doing an internship. Okay? But you know what? I haven't had a doctor or a nurse or anybody ask me that question since. And I've been to the clinic numerous times. She's the only person that has ever asked me that. So fast forward now to present day times, okay? And this is where I'm getting into the whole health. Go ahead. All right, so let's pause for a minute on whole health, okay? Now I want to bring in trauma, okay? At the end, we're going to merge these two. But I realize in meeting with a lot of patients, a lot of them don't recognize or have a difficult time recognizing where trauma plays into their current situation. A lot of times people in the present moment are still living in the past, or the past is still in their present time, and it's keeping them from moving forward. So what is trauma? So one, it's an emotional experience from a terrible event. Okay? So emotional, meaning inside. It's a feeling. Oh, it's a feeling. But I also want to talk about historical trauma. Okay? So historical trauma, experience long-term, widespread trauma over the span of generations. Okay? So we all experience trauma in some way. We experience medical trauma, suicide, abuse, technology drama, drama, but trauma too. You know, bullying online, name calling, all this digital stuff. Death can be traumatic. Pet and animal trauma. And what I mean by that is like if you witness your dog get ran over, or you have to put your dog down or your cat down, that can be trauma. Domestic violence. Also, secondary trauma. So secondary trauma means that the repeated hearing or being a part of trauma. So, a lot of times for us in the mental health field, they talk about self-care. It's really important because unfortunately we hear a lot of trauma. We hear a lot of traumatic stories. First responders, they see a lot of trauma. Okay, so that's secondary trauma. So it's not like directly affecting you, but it's there. Okay, next one. just wanted to show some pictures of the historical trauma. So familiar, left side is the Carlisle Indian School. Okay, so this picture is from like 1870s, 1880s, right? Now we fast forward how many generations, and we're reliving the trauma through the child Indian graves that are being uncovered. Okay? Next one, I was going to say, so the boarding schools, they lasted a long time. A lot of people recognize that. They lasted a long time, even into 70s, 80s. On my reservation, there was a boarding school, and now it's a Catholic school. Just changed its name. My grandma attended there. Surprisingly, she has nothing bad to say about attending there, although because of attending there, I see the trauma in our family where my grandma's a fluent Lakota speaker. My mom now only understands it, speaks it little, and then you get to me and I speak and understand very little. So there's language trauma. The Indian land for sale, that's land trauma. You know, a lot of tribal communities got displaced from their original ancestral lands. Fast forward now, you know, still fighting hunting, fishing rights, water protectors. And this sign is very old, but it's from, I believe, like the Dawes Act. So how long ago was that? Like 18 something. But that's where you get your allotments, 160 acres, and whatever land was left over was given to non-natives. That actually was still part of the government's assimilation plan. And then on the right it looks like a lot of women in line, well it is, it's mostly women it looks like, in line for rations. So here's food trauma. And so originally we were, you know, we lived off the land, lived off plants and animals, moved with the seasons, used what was in our environment. Now we're going on to the assimilation, and now this is what our community is due to treaties, due to whatever agreements. We now are in line for rations, which I actually just finished this book. It was about the Dakota War, 1862. And there was a section in there about the rations they were getting at that point. And what they were getting then was flour, cornmeal, lard, although it didn't name it as lard, something else, but it was lard. I looked it up, and pork. Probably very different than what they're used to eating. Okay. All right, next one. So that's some historical trauma. Now we're moving on to current traumas. So we got the missing Indigenous women, human trafficking, men and children missing, child abuse. So child abuse and neglect shows American Indian, Alaska Native children have the second highest overall rate of child maltreatment. So that includes physical, emotional, sexual abuse. And the picture on the right, I just put poverty. That actually is where I'm from. That's my community, the Wounded Knee District. That's in Manderson. The minute I saw that picture, I knew where it was. The white bluffs in the back are unique to our reservation. I call that God's country. But just that. But in the same time, I see we're a horse culture, and kids are always riding bareback in my community. I love it. I miss it. I don't see that anymore. But, you know, so you see like some good cultural stuff, horse riding, but then you see maybe a neighbor or grandpa or relative passed out. You see the trash. You see the housing development. That's still current trauma. Okay. So I want to show, I was trying to find a video that kind of linked this all together, okay? And so I was trying to find a video that linked where trauma is in your current health and how it might have started way back before you even realize. It might have started in your childhood. So this is a TED Talk. I don't know if any of you watch TED Talks. I watch quite a few. It's very short, to the point, and these are very interesting people. I watch it on all kinds of things. But this one's a pediatrician, and she is talking about how childhood trauma affects her health, more on how her line of work changed as a doctor. But that's not what I'm getting at. I'm getting at on how she's explaining on how this trauma presents in your health. So it's about 16 minutes. We'll watch that, and then I move into the cultivating your whole health. Figure this out.
For 7 out of 10 of the leading causes of death in the United States. In high doses, it affects brain development.
Where's the speaker? Hopefully I can find the speaker.
In the mid-90s,
Can you guys still not hear that? No. Where is this speaker?
CDC and Kaiser
This might not work out. I can't find the speaker on this.
discovered an exposure that dramatically increased the risk for 7 out of 10 of the leading causes of death in the United States. In high doses, it affects brain development.
Hopefully this is it.
In the mid-90s, the CDC and Kaiser Permanente discovered an exposure that dramatically increased the risk for 7 out of 10 of the leading causes of death in the United States. In high doses, it affects brain development, the immune system, hormonal systems, and even the way our DNA is read and transcribed. Folks who are exposed in very high doses have triple the lifetime risk of heart disease and lung cancer, and a 20-year difference in life expectancy. And yet doctors today are not trained in routine screening or treatment. Now, the exposure I'm talking about is not a pesticide or packaging chemical. It's childhood trauma. Okay, what kind of trauma am I talking about here? I'm not talking about failing a test or losing a basketball game. I am talking about threats that are so severe or pervasive that they literally get under our skin and change our physiology. Things like abuse or neglect, or growing up with a parent who struggles with mental illness or substance dependence. Now, for a long time, I viewed these things in the way I was trained to view them, either as a social problem, refer to social services, or as a mental health problem, refer to mental health services. And then something happened to make me rethink my entire approach. When I finished my residency, I wanted to go someplace where I felt really needed, someplace where I could make a difference. So I came to work for California Pacific Medical Center, one of the best private hospitals in Northern California, and together we opened a clinic in Bayview Hunters Point, one of the poorest, most underserved neighborhoods in San Francisco. Now, prior to that point, there had been only one pediatrician in all of Bayview to serve more than 10,000 children. So we hung a shingle and we were able to provide top quality care regardless of ability to pay. It was so cool. We targeted the typical health disparities: access to care, immunization rates, asthma hospitalization rates, and we hit all of our numbers. We felt very proud of ourselves. But then I started noticing a disturbing trend. A lot of kids were being referred to me for ADHD, or attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. But when I actually did a thorough history and physical, what I found was that for most of my patients, I couldn't make a diagnosis of ADHD. Most of the kids I was seeing had experienced such severe trauma that it felt like something else was going on. Somehow, I was missing something important. Now, before I did my residency, I did a master's degree in public health. And one of the things that they teach you in public health school is that if you're a doctor and you see 100 kids that all drink from the same well, and 98 of them develop diarrhea, you can go ahead and write that prescription for dose after dose after dose of antibiotics, or you can walk over and say, what the hell is in this well? So I began reading everything that I could get my hands on about how exposure to adversity affects the developing brains and bodies of children. And then one day, my colleague walked into my office and he said, Dr. Burke, have you seen this? In his hand was a copy of a research study called the Adverse Childhood Experiences Study. That day changed my clinical practice and ultimately my career. The Adverse Childhood Experiences Study is something that everybody needs to know about. It was done by Dr. Vince Felitti at Kaiser and Dr. Bob Onda at the CDC, and together they asked 17,500 adults about their history of exposure to what they called adverse childhood experiences, or ACEs. Those include physical, emotional, or sexual abuse, physical or emotional neglect, parental mental illness, substance dependence, incarceration, parental separation or divorce, or domestic violence. For every yes, you would get a point on your ACE score. And then what they did was they correlated these ACE scores against health outcomes. What they found was striking. Two things. Number one, ACEs or more. Their relative risk of chronic obstructive disease was 2.5 times that of someone with an ACE score of 0. It was also 2.5 times. For depression, it was 4.5 times. For suicidality, it was 12 times. A person with an ACE score of 7 or more had triple the lifetime risk of lung cancer and 3.5 times the risk of ischemic heart disease, the #1 killer in the United States of America. Well, of course, this makes sense. You know, some people looked at this data and they said, come on, you know, you have a rough childhood, you're more likely to drink and smoke and do all these things that are going to ruin your health. This isn't science. This is just bad behavior. It turns out this is exactly where the science comes in. Hypothalamic or flight response. How does it work? Well, imagine you're walking in the forest and you see a bear. Immediately, your hypothalamus sends a signal to your pituitary, which sends a signal to your adrenal gland that says, release stress hormones, adrenaline, cortisol. And so your heart starts to pound, your pupils dilate, your airways open up, and you are ready to either fight that bear or run from the bear. And that is wonderful if you're in a forest and there's a bear. But the problem is what happens when the bear comes home every night. And this system is activated over and over and over again. And it goes from being adaptive or life-saving to maladaptive or health-damaging. Children are especially sensitive to this repeated stress activation because their brains and bodies are just developing. High doses of adversity not only affect brain structure and function, they affect the developing immune system, developing hormonal systems, and even the way our DNA is read and transcribed. So for me, this information threw my old training out the window, because when we understand the mechanism of a disease, when we know not only which pathways are disrupted, but how, then as doctors, it is our job to use this science for prevention and treatment. That's what we do. So in San Francisco, we created the Center for Youth Wellness to prevent, screen, and heal the impacts of ACEs and toxic stress. We started simply with routine screening of every one of our kids at their regular physical, because I know that if my patient has an ACE score of 4, she's 2.5 times as likely to develop hepatitis or COPD. She's 4.5 times as likely to become depressed, and she's 12 times as likely to attempt to take her own life as my patient with 0 ACEs. I know that when she's in my exam room. For our patients who do screen positive, we have a multidisciplinary treatment team that works to reduce the dose of adversity and treat symptoms using best practices, including home visits, care coordination, mental health care, nutrition, holistic interventions, and yes, medication when necessary. But we also educate parents about the impact of ACEs and toxic stress the same way you would for covering electrical outlets or lead poisoning. And we tailor the care of our asthmatics and our diabetics in a way that recognizes that they may need more aggressive treatment given the changes to their hormonal and immune systems. So the other thing that happens when you understand this science is that you want to shout it from the rooftops, because this isn't just an issue for kids in Bayview. I figured the minute that everybody else heard about this, it would be routine screening, multidisciplinary treatment teams, and it would be a race to the most effective clinical treatment protocols. that did not happen. And that was a huge learning for me. What I had thought of as simply best clinical practice, I now understand to be a movement. In the words of Dr. Robert Bloch, the former president of the American Academy of Pediatrics, adverse childhood experiences are the single greatest unaddressed public health threat facing our nation today. And for a lot of people, that's a terrifying prospect. The scope and scale of the problem seems so large that it feels overwhelming to think about how we might approach it. But for me, that's actually where the hope lies. Because when we have the right framework, when we recognize this to be a public health crisis, then we can begin to use the right toolkit to come up with solutions. From tobacco to lead poisoning to HIV/AIDS, the United States actually has quite a strong track record with addressing public health problems. But replicating those successes with ACEs and toxic stress is going to take determination and commitment. And when I look at what our nation's response has been so far, I wonder, why haven't we taken this more seriously? You know, at first, I thought that we marginalized the issue because it doesn't apply to us, right? That's an issue for those kids in those neighborhoods, which is weird because the data doesn't bear that out. The original ACEs study was done in a population that was 70% Caucasian, 70% college educated. But then, the more I talk to folks, I'm beginning to think that maybe I had it completely backwards. If I were to ask how many people in this room grew up with a family member who suffered from mental illness, I bet a few hands would go up. And then if I were to ask how many folks had a parent who maybe drank too much, or who really believed that if you spare the rod, you spoil the child, I bet a few more hands would go up. Even in this room, this is an issue that touches many of us. And I'm beginning to believe that we marginalize the issue because it does apply to us. Maybe it's easier to see in other zip codes because we don't want to look at it. We'd rather be sick. Fortunately, scientific advances and, frankly, economic realities make that option less viable every day. The science is clear. Early adversity dramatically affects health across the lifetime. Today, we are beginning to understand how to interrupt the progression from early adversity to disease and early death. And 30 years from now, the child who has a high ACE score and whose behavioral symptoms go unrecognized, whose asthma management is not connected, and who goes on to develop high blood pressure and early heart disease or cancer will be just as anomalous as a 6-month mortality from HIV/AIDS. People will look at that situation and say, what the heck happened there? This is treatable. This is beatable. The single most important thing that we need today is the courage to look this problem in the face and say, this is real, and this is all of us. I believe that we are the movement. Thank you.
All right. So what she is saying, okay, I don't know how many of you have heard of ACEs. I don't know how many of you have linked the two together. But the ACEs is really interesting. And for me, when I first learned about ACEs, all of a sudden, our statistics as American Indian people started to make sense. We're 2 times as much this, we're 4 times as much this, we're 12 times as much this.
our diabetes, our high blood pressure, our congestive heart failure out of control. Okay? But when you look at this overall, the ACEs, if you learn about ACEs, the picture comes. So some of the things that I just want to go through is what happens when you aren't taking care of your whole health. So physically, these are physical symptoms of depression, but you can probably still have these without depression. But you have aches and pains, weakened immune system, sleep problems, high blood pressure, appetite changes, bloating, nausea, chronic pain. Go ahead. Emotionally, I think of feelings, so inside your heart, irritable, down, depression, hopeless, worthless, unhappy, angry. I think in the previous presentation, hopeless was a big one, leading to suicide, a risk factor. Go ahead. Mentally, so this is more in your mind, your thoughts. You can have negative thoughts, you can have trouble concentrating. You have what I call broken record thoughts, like the kind of the same thought pattern repeats itself over and over and over and over. And then sometimes impaired judgment, impulsivity. Relational. So this is called an echo map. We're taught this in social work. What it is what is your relationship to your supervisor, with your kids, with your grandkids, with your mom, with your whoever, okay? And you can draw a line on how that relationship is. So, one arrow going out means it's just kind of you always putting in the effort. But when you have an arrow going back and forth, that means it's a reciprocal relationship. You can have a weakened, a strenuous relationship. So like for this one, Michelle and her counselor, Mr. Z, they have a strenuous relationship. A weak relationship between Michelle and Taylor. Okay, so you can do this yourself and just see what is your relationship. And so when you're not taking care of yourself, these can be easily affected. You work all day, you're tired, you get home, and you just get on your phone and you just tune out. Go in your room and tune out. You don't sit at the dinner table. You don't say hi. You're just isolating yourself. Okay? Go ahead. Spiritually, so whatever you believe in, when you're not taking care of yourself, your spirituality can go down. So if at one point maybe ceremony or church was important to you and now you're not going, or you used to smudge and pray in the morning, now you don't. Or sometimes you're just in a really ugly space and you just kind of say, screw every spirituality. Screw God. If he really cared about me, why is he making me go through this? Whatever your spirituality is, it can be affected though when your whole health is being compromised. So moving into ways that, what can you do? So I'm talking about on an individual level. I mean, it's always good to have support, but these are some ideas that you can do yourself, by yourself, or with a family member. So I'm talking like on a small scale. I'm not saying that you have to go and pay a gym membership and do a workout class every night. Okay, so these are just some things to keep in mind. So time management, making a schedule. Schedules are really important, especially for youth. When you're not on a schedule, you can feel chaotic, which then can make you feel mentally, emotionally chaotic. And I'm not saying down to the minute, but kind of in general, The other thing, financial stress, that's a big one. A lot of people don't like to talk about their finances. It's embarrassing. It's uncomfortable. But there are financial counselors that's their job. That's their job to help you work through your financial stress. sitting down and looking and writing down your finances can help alleviate some of your emotional and mental stress. A healthy sleep schedule. So I always describe this sleep schedule like the sun and the moon. They're always in rotation with each other. They're always opposite of each other, and they go in a circle. That's the same thing with your own personal health. Your body probably naturally works with the sun and the moon, okay? And when you're going to sleep at different times and you're waking up at different times, your body gets confused. Staying hydrated, eating healthy, water is important. Your body is made up of 60% water, but your brain needs to be hydrated to send its electrical signals between your neurons so you can function. Eating healthy, yeah, we know, eat your fruits and vegetables, but it's more than that. Food is mood. What you eat is how you're probably going to feel. Learn to say no. It's amazing how many people can't say no. Speaking up, so assertive communication. Your physical health, getting those annuals, getting your lab work done, understanding what is going on inside your body. Ask for help, staying active, swimming, massage. And I'm not saying like massage, like you can go to a masseuse, that'd be nice, that costs money. But even just kind of rubbing your shoulders, rubbing your hands, your stress points. Other things, storytelling, dancing. Dancing's a very natural medicine. When you hear music, when you're moving, you're getting your body moving, that's staying active, and that's getting you out of a negative space. Singing, playing an instrument, listening to music, gathering, making traditional foods, relaxation techniques, just like Victoria did earlier before lunch. That's a relaxation technique. Yoga. But moving that energy, moving your body, getting active, being alive. Go ahead. These are some did you knows that I like to just share. So when I talked about staying hydrated with water, so things that can happen when you're dehydrated are headaches, so tension headaches can happen, fatigue, trouble concentrating, fuzzy thinking, change in mood, cramps. So 3, maybe 4 of those 6 that I just named are also signs of depression. So I'm not saying like, oh, just drink gallons and gallons of water and that takes care of your depression. I'm saying that if you're not drinking enough water, it can make the depression worse. Walking. So just walking, even just around the block, getting fresh air, getting the sunlight, getting vitamin C. But walking 20 minutes a day can burn 7 pounds of body fat a year. Walking 1 minute can extend life by 1.5 to 2 minutes. And seniors who walk 6 to 9 miles a week are less likely to suffer from mental decline, so like dementia. When I worked at the VA, there were so many elders that had dementia. I never have seen a population like that. And one thing that their caregivers would talk about that they would do is it gets hard as that disease progresses, but one thing that they say they do is they try to get them out to walk, to exercise, because it helps with their mental status. Excuse me. So another video that I wanted to share that I think this falls into your emotional mental health and taking care of it all and how it's all related is empathy for sympathy. So I think a lot of people function in this sympathy realm, which can just, you feel, when you're functioning in the sympathy realm, you tend to be judgmental and you tend to come off like you don't care. That being said, though, when you function in the empathy realm, you take on a lot of feelings and stuff. So that's why it's important to have self-care, why it's important to you to have hobbies and stay active and relax. And when I say relax, I mean like really just relax. Like earlier, Victoria had said, turn off your phones, put them down, focus. Okay, so that's what I mean by relax too, is really you're just sitting outside, listening to the trees, listening to the birds, like bringing down your, well, causing your body to, instead of being anxious and heightened and hypervigilant, bringing that down, bringing your heart rate down. So I want to show you this short minute video, 3 minute. Brene Brown is actually a professor, social worker. She's more of a researcher social worker, not like me, a clinical social worker, but I love her. If you ever are on a podcast and you're able to listen to her, she talks about a lot of different topics and she explains them so well. But this video is empathy versus sympathy, and I want to share it with you because it also explains why your whole health is important. Or I think you can just click on it. Oh wait, I gotta stand up. Forgot about that. I gotta stay on hold speaker.
So what is empathy, and why is it very different than sympathy? Empathy fuels connection. Sympathy drives disconnection. Empathy, it's very interesting. Teresa Wiseman is a nursing scholar who studied professions, very diverse professions where empathy is relevant, and came up with 4 qualities of empathy. Perspective taking, the ability to take the perspective of another person or recognize their perspective as their truth. Staying out of judgment, not easy when you enjoy it as much as most of us do. Recognizing emotion in other people and then communicating that. Empathy is feeling with people. And to me, I always think of empathy as this kind of sacred space when someone's kind of in a deep hole and they shout out from the bottom and they say, I'm stuck, it's dark, I'm overwhelmed. And then we look and we say, hey, climb down. I know what it's like down here, and you're not alone. Sympathy is, ooh, it's bad, no, you want a sandwich? Empathy is a choice, and it's a vulnerable choice, because in order to connect with you, I have to connect with something in myself that knows that feeling. Rarely, if ever, does an empathic response begin with at least. And we do it all the time. Because you know what? Someone just shared something with us that's incredibly painful, and we're trying to silver lining it. I don't think that's a verb, but I'm using it as one. We're trying to put the silver lining around it. So, I had a miscarriage. Oh, at least you know you can get pregnant. I think my marriage is falling apart. At least you have a marriage. John's getting kicked out of school. At least Sarah is an A student. But one of the things we do sometimes in the face of very difficult conversations is we try to make things better. If I share something with you that's very difficult, I'd rather you say, I don't even know what to say right now, I'm just so glad you told me. Because the truth is, rarely can a response make something better. What makes something better is connection.
Okay. Okay. So that video I share, so I shared that video with the IHS staff about a year ago during Mental Health Awareness Month. And it was really amazing how many people emailed me back, and they would say, oh my gosh, I do that all the time. Or, that's really how I feel, and I don't know how to connect with others. Or some said, when I was going through a hard time, that's what someone said to me, at least, okay? So, bringing this all home, sorry, I feel like I just kind of jumped all over in this presentation, but there's just so much on this continuum, I guess, is, I know this is suicide prevention, but there's a lot of things that happen before someone gets to that point. I think Debbie's PowerPoint, there was a lot of warning signs, risk factors that get to that point. Now, a lot of that's trauma, a lot of that can be from childhood, and it can continue through adulthood. But what can you do as a person, an individual yourself, okay, for yourself? And that's where you got to look at yourself as a whole person. What can I do that helps me physically, mentally, emotionally, spiritually, relationally? Looking at yourself and being honest with yourself, that's really all that matters, is you being honest with yourself. It doesn't matter what I think, what she thinks, what they think. It's really like, what do you think about yourself inside, and what do you want for your health? What do you want for yourself? How do you get there? And that's where we roll into what resources are there, what ways. So all those ways that I listed earlier, majority of those are free. Majority of those you only need yourself. You can dance, you can move in your own room. Fine, turn on a radio. You don't have a radio, someone's got a cell phone. Those are everywhere. Turn on, listen to some good music. These things that people talk about of ways to help you, pretend that there's a toolbox on the floor and fill that toolbox with as many coping skills and tools as you can. So when you're going through something, whether it be physically or emotionally or spiritually, you can look in your toolbox and pull this out and try it. Or if that didn't work this time, then pull this out and try it. But it's to help you prevent from getting to the worst parts, to even get into the point of suicide. That's prevention. All these things are prevention. Coloring. These adult coloring is prevention. Drawing. Okay? Go ahead. So some resources in our community, some are here. The Diabetes Prevention Center, that helps with nutrition, that helps with your physical health. IHS Behavioral Health, you got the Tribal Behavioral Health Department, you got CDP Compass Care, I think that's more substance use, but still, if those are the coping skills you're using to deal with your whole health, maybe there's something else. The Tribal Opioid Response Program. We got dietitian nutritionists who provided us with a great lunch, a healthy lunch. I'm not going into a food coma. Remember I said food is mood? If we would have ordered Pizza Hut, I probably would be yawning every 2 minutes. We got school counselors, we got pastors, we got spiritual leaders. There are people out there to help. Reach out. Okay, that was my last slide. All right, any questions, comments, concerns? Okay.
Katana, a round of applause for her presentation. Thank you so much for all of that good resource information. Our toolboxes are getting full right now. When we leave out of here today, we're going to have a whole new outlook on some things. Okay, so our next presenter, we want to welcome back Miss Victoria Marie to come up, and we're going to talk about ancestral connection.
Hi again, everybody. I actually, before we get started, if you have to use the restroom, please go. If you have been sitting and you're getting antsy, please get up and stretch, or just stretch in your seat, because I am really going to challenge you in your seat. And challenge in a good way. So. Katana, I think we could be really great. Have a really great, healthy relationship sharing TED Talk videos.
Oh, I know.
I've seen both of those. I was like,
Have you?
we relate so much. Yeah.
I just like I said, every time I practice something on it, and I just am like, you know, there's just sometimes people that other kids doing it so well that I'm just gonna,
Yeah.
like, just watch a video because they do it so well.
I just wanted to say too, the ribbons on the table, please take one. For some of us, we probably more than one ribbon is not going to really be what we should be what affects us. And so if you want to take a couple of them or three or whatever you want to take what applies to you, I guess. So I invite you to do that.
I just assume
He talks about how Greece, like how people would save the grease from bacon and store it, and how damaging that is to your brain and causes cancer. And he talks about like antioxidants in your food, but he talks about it in a way where it really, yeah, I've watched it really. So, I mean, and it really changed. Actually, the first time I watched that video a few years ago was when I stopped eating pork and I never ate it again. Wow. It made the biggest difference in how I felt and the way I thought.
I watched this show on Netflix. It was called Game Changers.
Yeah.
Have you watched that? Yes. And so me and my family tried to implement going into plant-based. It was very difficult. I guess some years or over a couple years ago, that's where I discovered that I was going into like a coma, food coma after being, and I was like, not losing my patience, and so I really changed my diet on my fish, what I used to eat. And then so we watched that at home, and we started making something not a full-blown plant-based, but we made something hopefully my kids will. And a lot of it, I just look at it, a lot of it just goes back to like
Have you ever heard of Ayurveda? So, Ayurveda is the sibling science. It's the science of life, but it's the sister science of yoga.
Oh, okay.
Yoga is here in the West, and destroyed by like teacher people, right? But it actually consistently but Ayurveda,
like a medicine.
Yeah, it's an entire way of being.
Okay.
Where you practice the physical postures of yoga, asana, like the third one, you must be able to establish some kind of ethical, some ethics and some belief systems, and then being good to others and yourself, and then breath. And then there's
I remember you mentioning something like when you were in the beginning training, you had to like sit there for like a whole hour, like and not move. Or was
Yeah.
that you that mentioned that?
Yeah.
Or something, and I was like,
We're going to explore that today. That's why I was like, get up, go to the bathroom, do some stretching. That's something a lot of people do.
yeah.
Naturally, just like get out of bed and stretch.
I know. I stretch every morning, and I do like even though I'm like mentally like still sleeping, I still like am sitting there like when the shower warms up in my head. Like I'm not doing it like hours, 15 seconds. I'm just sitting there while my shower warms up. Just kind of moving, waking up my body. Like the whole health, like whenever I think of it, just like I said, my version of whole health, and I just think like, I wish I would have known this like 10 years ago.
So, in Ayurveda, there's what's called doshas. Now, you have vata, which is very in space, and that's what I am. So I talk a lot, and I'm always moving. Like the most energy. I should not drink coffee because it throws me out of balance because I'm already up here. Then you have pitta, which is fire and water. That person has a lot of energy too and benefits from running, but should avoid spicy food because that fire is already going. And then you have kapha, which is water and earth, and they're a little bit more heavier set and really grounded. So if you eat based off of what your dosha is, you'll benefit greater than what mainstream says. I actually went plant-based and I did high alkaline. Ooh, it destroyed my thyroid. I've done all these things and learned.
The plant-based destroyed your
Yeah.
thyroid?
Yeah, because some women, especially women,
Because you weren't that energy?
Yeah.
Or whatever energy.
Yeah, I need meat.
Okay.
I have to eat meat, and my food has to be cooked. I cannot eat raw food. Corn also, I shouldn't eat corn. So it tells you like certain foods that help, and some things you should take out or put in, and it will be different for your kids too. And then you have a mind type and a body type. So those things are two different. But look into Ayurveda. I'm becoming a practitioner. So when I can travel to India, then I'm going to start my program. So an Ayurvedic practitioner has about 1,500 hours of work focused on the doshas and holistic healing.
When you see that, when you learn all that, like when you this is my lifestyle and how do you when you look at like this, like what I tend to do is whenever I learn something, I always ask this if some of our ancestors seem to practice this way, maybe not in this way, but practice this way.
Because it's seasonal too. And it's time of day, like when we talk about sleep, there's a clock, right? It's kind of similar if you're familiar with traditional Chinese medicine. There's a clock. After 10 o'clock, if you don't get in your bed and start to go to sleep by 10, Vata, which is what I'm primarily, starts to pick back up. So if you stay up after 10 o'clock, you'll notice too, you might get more energy after 10 o'clock. You might be tired up until then. You stay up past 10, 11, midnight comes around, you're up. And it's because of that clock. Yeah. So, but it's called Ayurveda. So we're going to go ahead. Hey everybody, we are going to go ahead and get started. So if there's anybody lingering, I know I'm pretty loud. So if anybody can hear me in the hall, if you want to join us. I do want to ask you all, again, to put down anything in your hands. Put your phones down. So, ancestral connection. We're going to really explore that towards the end. We're going to first bring in a lot of things that are going to really make this possible. Because this meditation is focused on community. Community consists of two words: communication and unity. And we heal ourselves when we honor each other. We all come from somewhere, whether it be right here, whether it be I'm from Minnesota, wherever you're from. We're going to tap into that. And another thing I want to ask of all of you is to be comfortable with being uncomfortable. Now, I'm asking that in the sense of, we're going to bring some people into our meditation who aren't physically here, and maybe they are, and that's okay. That we might have some indifferences with, we might not agree with, and we're going to bring in some people that we love, or some friends. So be comfortable with being uncomfortable. Because a lot of emotions come up when we talk about community and working with ourselves or with each other, bring up a lot of emotions. And so we want to explore that. But we're going to back that all up with support from where we come from and each other. So I know you all got up, so please stay seated. But I want to ask each of you to turn to your neighbor, even if it's across the way, and say, "You are sacred. I honor you." And I want you to place your hand on your heart when you say that, and say that with intention and that you sincerely mean it. Come from the heart. So go ahead and look at your neighbor or look at someone across from you, hand on your heart. You are sacred and I honor you. Now, to yourself, I am sacred and I honor you. So, this is all for each of you to create a better community. So, just a little bit of my background before I go into this, and if anyone has any questions, please ask. So again, my name is Victoria. I am enrolled here, Old Agency. I'm also Santee. I come from a very large family of Crawfords, and my mother was born and raised here. My dad is a Wasichu guy, but he comes off very native-like. He's a really great man. So I grew up in Minneapolis, north side, Minneapolis, the project area, same community as Prince, if y'all are fans, and we had a really tough time down there. I witnessed a lot of abuse. My parents did the best they could as parents with the tools that they themselves were provided. Both of them. My dad really didn't have any type of parents involved, and my mom, her parents had struggled as well too, and my mom was actually adopted by my grandma, Iva Crawford, who just recently passed. And with that, we kind of stayed in the same type of community. A lot of abuse, a lot of addiction. Alcohol was a huge, heavy thing, and I really struggled a lot of my life. And the one thing that I used as I got older to cope was alcohol. And I was the best functioning alcoholic, even in wellness, even teaching. I could come to a yoga class and had drank a whole bottle of wine the night before. I felt that numbing was going to make everything okay. And I decided, after I did reach out and go to therapy, because that's one thing we don't normalize in Indian country, is going out and getting help. And we don't support it either. A lot of Indigenous people do not actively support a friend, a relative, going out and getting help or even suggest it, right? We don't talk about it. Maybe some of us do, but what I'm familiar with is a lot of us didn't. So I went out and sought help as an adult, actually recently, this year. I then decided that I needed hypnotherapy. So I did go and have hypnotherapy done. I went and seen a hypnotherapist, an Ayurvedic practitioner, and I did a lot of work on myself, and I had to do it alone. I faced that by myself. And some of us are not that strong. And it's not even strength necessarily. I was just trying to be a good mom and a good community member. And that's how I think of myself. Is yes, I'm doing all this really, really great healing for me, but I'm also doing it for my people because I'm creating space for others. So when you talk about alcohol as coping, what I decided to do was, all right, every time I do want to drink, I want to ask myself why. Why did that response come up? It's 6, 7 o'clock, yeah, habit. But why else? Why was my body telling me to go get a drink? So every time that came up, I decided, you know what? I'm going to do something. I'm going to journal. And it was hard, so don't get me wrong, it was hard. I cried, I was mad, frustrated. And I learned that I had to talk. So I continued to talk and created a great support system. I talked with myself, I journaled. And now here I am, sober. I do have a drink here or there, but I'm not like in any way where I was before. And I created a support system. And so that also I can be there to help other people. So I had to do a lot of sitting with myself and what that felt like. So it's a little bit about me. It's a whole lot, but we're going to go ahead and get started. Does anybody have any questions at all? Yes. Hypnotherapy. Yes, so I met with a hypnotherapist, which has to be a licensed, I believe, psychologist. I could be a little bit wrong, but you have to be licensed and educated before you can get a hypnotherapy license. Now, really quick, if you can all close your eyes and look up like we did during our holding space. Look up towards your center brow. Do you feel fluttering in the eyes, in the eyelids? If you feel fluttering in the eyelids, you would be a good candidate for hypnotherapy. So that's one of the things. Meditation also kind of does that. During hypnotherapy, I went back and visited 7-year-old Victoria, who was touched by an older relative male. And I had to tell that 7-year-old Victoria how much she was loved and how I was going to be a better parent to her. So hypnotherapy, I cried for 2 hours straight, revisiting memories and a lot of hurt that came up during that time. A lot of stuff was heavily parent-related as well. Don't get me wrong, my parents were amazing. My parents were really great. But there are some things my parents went through that they did not deal with themselves at that time. Any other questions? All right. Are we ready to get started? Okay. So, I want to ask you all to close your eyes again. Or if closing your eyes is uncomfortable, looking down or finding a focal point. When we close our eyes, we're going to turn our focus upwards to a center brow. If you feel the need for any movement, you can take your head to the left and over to the right. Shrug the shoulders a little bit. And then begin to notice that breath again. Inhaling through the nose, into the belly, and exhaling out through the nose. If you feel any mind chatter or any emotion, or go ahead and turn all that down. You can be aware of the sounds around you, those sitting behind you. But turn everything down. If anything comes up, acknowledge it, and just go ahead and let it go. Now, if you feel any weight, any tension, if you're a caregiver, a mama, grandma, and you carry a lot of weight on your shoulders, feel all that weight begin to melt away, falling off. Our body is beginning to feel lighter. Now working down from our shoulders, go down the spine to the tailbone, base of the spine, and to your hips. If you feel like you need to stretch or move them, you can go ahead and do so. For some of us that hold a lot of tension or a lot of our trauma in our hips, take a deep inhale, send that breath to your hips, and exhale. Begin to release that tension. And as you release, that too falls away from the body. And if anything comes up, there's no judgment. Now, moving down towards the feet. What got you here today? If you feel like you need to move the feet, circle them out, both directions. Wiggle the toes. If you realize right now, I want to kick these shoes off, take these sandals off, you can go ahead and do so. This is for you. And when you are done, you may plant them back down. Now that we moved around some of that energy that we store in our bodies, know there still may be some work that needs to be done, and that's okay. During the rest of this meditation, we are going to be observers. Because with our eyes closed, we are going to bring into this room others. So go ahead and step outside of yourself for a moment. keeping the eyes closed. And notice how you're sitting. Maybe take a look around the room with your eyes closed. Notice where you're sitting. Noticing the table in front of you. Noticing if anyone else is beside you. Now go ahead and focus back on your body, your physical body, as an observer. Now we all have an inner voice. If that comes up, quiet that down. Begin to let the jaw relax, the muscles in the face rest off, or rest down. Our brow muscles begin to relax. And as you're observing, see and feel the breath as you inhale through the nose, down into the belly, and exhaling out through the nose. Now, for 1 minute, without any movement, that inner voice is going to come up, but I ask you to remain still. If you feel like you need to move your shoulder, don't. Focus on your breath. Now that we are in the present moment, we're going to bring into this space those of our loved ones. Whomever comes to mind, could just be 1, 2, either living or that has passed on. Bring them into the room with us, either standing beside you or sitting beside you. Now say to them, either out loud or to yourself, "You are sacred, and I honor you." And allow for them to stay in this room. Now, we're going to bring in a friend, any friend, here or that has passed on, and bring them into the room too, to stand beside your loved one or loved ones that are here. and we invite them to stay as well. Turn to that friend or friends and say, "You are sacred, and I honor you." Now, we're going to invite in a coworker, maybe an old friend, an acquaintance, somebody that just pops up. Doesn't have to be anybody in particular, per se, just somebody that comes to mind, and bring them in this room to be beside you. And say to them, "You are sacred, and I honor you." Now, we're going to invite in somebody or some people that we might have some indifferences with. Maybe somebody we're not getting along with at this moment. Bring them into the room too. They are welcome. We're going to invite them in, whether they're here or they're not. And then look at them and say, "You are sacred, and I honor you." Now we invite them all to stay. Now we're going to continue to keep them in the room with us, beside us, knowing that your neighbor has brought other energies into this room, memories, emotions. It's all here. And we accept it, supporting one another. Now, think back on where you consider home, whether that be here or somewhere else. Now, when you think about home, go beyond that and think about where you feel, in what region of this planet do you resonate with? Because we are all indigenous. Think about who your ancestors were, even if it's very recent. And now bring them into this space to stand behind you. Now, that string of energy, of light that we tapped into earlier today in our first meditation, begin to see that same light, string of energy connect to your loved one or your loved ones that you brought here, your friends, an acquaintance, and even those or that person that you may not get along with. See that string of light connecting from you to each of them. Now with that same string of light, we'll connect ourselves to our ancestors. Now sit with us quietly for a few breaths with whom you're connected to. And then place a soft smile on your face as you look at all of them. Now, we're going to see in front of us the red road. And we're walking on that path. We've created our connection and our support team to guide us and to be with us as we continue in this road. Now, as you're walking, however this looks, if you enjoy the moon or the sun, however this red road looks to you, just continue walking it. And as you're walking, something that has been weighing really heavy on your mind comes up. And you see it, you stop. Do you have a great support group behind you? We're going to look at this, acknowledge it, and keep walking. Now, as we're walking on this road, we see something where we've felt saddened, felt grief, felt hurt, comes up on the road. And we have our support behind us, beside us. We see it, we see that grief, we see that sadness. We acknowledge it, and we keep going. Now, as we continue to walk down this road, we see something that brings us absolute joy. Whether it be a hobby, a place, something pops up on the side of the road, and it makes us feel good. You have your support team. You see it, you acknowledge it, and you keep going. Now, as we're walking on this road, we're going to begin to bring ourselves back into our seat. Connecting with our breath. Feeling our heartbeat. Feeling the earth beneath our feet and the sky above us. And those in this room that we know are sacred and that we honor. Now you see your loved one or loved ones, your friend or your friends, the acquaintance or acquaintances, those you might be frustrated with or you were, you might have indifferences, you see them all. Keep that string connected, but allow them to be on their way. You still have behind you your ancestors you brought in here on Dakota land. And that string is still attached. Now keeping them there, feel your feet. When I say feel your feet, notice them beneath you. Notice that they are connected and touching. And grow your roots here. And as you grow your roots, your inhale, you're going to draw in from those roots up to your heart. And as you continue to inhale, you're going to feel the body fill with light and energy. The same light and energy that helped with your connection with those you brought into this space. And as you feel your heart beat at the same time, you're going to feel the heartbeat throughout your body. Now with the eyes closed, we're going to sit up just a little taller. Back comes away from the back of the chair. With our eyes closed, we're going to take that same string of light and energy and connect it to those sitting next to you. Taking our hands down towards the earth, fingertips reach. We're going to inhale, draw those fingertips up towards the sky. Exhale, draw it down to the heart. Hands come to center brow. We'll bow forward. And to each of us in this room, in this space, you are all sacred. And I honor each and every one of you here. You may slowly open your eyes by looking down first, looking forward. Take any stretches you need to. I want to invite each of you, if this resonates with you, that if anything came up, you can journal it. You can go to the car when we're done, and you can just speak it. But don't hold it in. For some of us, if you felt really strong emotion when it came to bringing in a loved one or even somebody that you had or you have indifferences with, sometimes that brings up a lot of emotion and we can't push that down. We have to let it out. So I invite you all to put it out, either hand, pen, paper, or vocally saying it out loud. But make time for yourself. You held space for yourself this morning before lunch. We all tapped into it. And that can be done anywhere. So again, my name is Victoria. I am the founder of Indigenous Lotus. I want to huge gratitude. I appreciate each of you for being here. Thank you, Badamia.
Whew, that was so nice. I about fell off my chair like 3 times, I think. I was like, ooh, I had to jump. But that felt good. But Audrey, we're going to have, she's going to play this short video. We have a few minutes before we go into our ending of our round dance. But in closing, before we go out, I just wanted to say, a few things about suicide prevention. Thank you for those of you who made these memorials, decorated these bags so beautifully. I have 2 granddaughters who completed suicide, like about almost 2 years within each other. And their mother, when, you know how you do the memorial cards? Their mother wrote a really powerful message as part of their memorial card. She asked for Ayana. Ayana was born in September 18, 2000, and she left this world on November 3rd, 2015. So she wrote in her memorial card that, Ayana loved to speak out against bullying, but she wrote, Ayana was born in Brainerd, Minnesota, to Corey and Neil. At the time of her passing, she was a freshman at Siston High School. She loved to draw, write, tell jokes, make people laugh, and to smile, and to hang out with her siblings, her friends, and cousins. She loved Harry Potter movies, music, the rain, dyeing her hair different colors. She was a beautiful and smart and fun, creative young woman. Ayana was also two-spirited and gender fluid. She loved being Ayana, but she also went by her male identity, Adrian. She embraced both her female and male spirits. Ayana was passionate about spreading her messages of equality, acceptance, and understanding. She wanted people to know that bullying hurts. Those words hurt. Ayana, Adrian wanted all of us to treat each other with kindness and love. Her family asked that you please take her message along with you on your life's journey. Please reach out to others who may be struggling in any way. She wrote that about Ayana, and then she wrote about her daughter Kelsey, who passed away. Kelsey was born on October 28th, 1997, and she left this world on August 18th, 2017. Kelsey, her earthly struggles were many. It may be impossible to understand for some. Her heart was broken for her unborn baby, her sister Ayana, and her dad Neil. She had many other issues that weighed heavy on her precious heart. If she had a message, it would be help each other, love hard, and laugh when you can. Because Kelsey loved making people laugh. She was beauty, laughter, strength, and love. And her mother talked about mental health issues, and that all of us as we're doing here today, we're learning with each other. We're supporting each other in community. We're getting tools for our toolbox, tools for our medicine pouches, if you may say. We have a way of supporting one another, even if it's through a hello when you see each other, or a greeting, a nodding of your head. Be kind to one another out there in the community. Takes a lot to change. And so I wanted to share a video. A few years ago, we had done a storytelling video, because journaling, storytelling, sharing your story is very important. And so this is the video that I made. My niece Dustina helped me. Audrey helped me. And this is the video that I wanted to share with you as we leave this space for today. Death surrounds us every day. It is never easy to accept, even when expected. I've seen death. Can people hear that? Many times. Most powerful as a hospice volunteer, sitting with someone starting.
Let's start over.
Death surrounds us every day. It is never easy to accept, even when expected. I've seen death many times. The most powerful as a hospice volunteer, sitting with someone starting his or her journey. I've watched loved ones take their final breath. And there were the days that started out good, only to be shattered with the news that a loved one had gone on to the spirit world. We do not ever just get over death, but we go on a healing journey, and this story is part of my healing journey. It centers on my two granddaughters, my brother's granddaughters, but in our Dakota way, they are my granddaughters too. Two sisters and their dad, all three committed suicide within a few years of one another. First Diana, then her dad, then her sister Kelsey. A dad and his two beautiful daughters, all deciding to end their lives. Suicide shatters the whole family, the entire community. Death changes everything in a split second. For part of my healing through this tragedy, I started mentoring at-risk youth, hoping to help other young people who are crying out for help. My grief always seems a little lighter when I help others. Please think about life and all of its difficulties, the good, the bad, and the ugly, and the beautiful. Please give life a chance. Give life time. Time can change anything. And remember, tomorrow's a new day. Ask for help if you are hurting. Find your inner strength. Let that positive self-talk take over your thoughts. Also, do not be alone. Find a trusted adult or a friend that you can confide in. Cry, shake it off. Keep on living, because you are worth it. And always remember, there is hope. So that was a video that we did in a class. So I want to encourage all of you to do something like that too, to help on your healing journey. So does anybody have anything, any questions, any comments? Oftentimes we have these sessions and we don't have a moment to say something that might be sitting in our spirit, in our heart, that, you walk out the door, you go home and you say, oh, I should have said this, I should have said that. I wish I had said it. So just for a brief moment, if there's anybody that wants to say anything, acknowledge something. If not, that's fine too. But we just want to know that all of you, you're in a safe place. If there's anything that comes up and you feel like you want to talk to someone after you leave here, if today has been difficult or if you're struggling in some way, talk to each other. Audrey and Kaitana and Debbie and the other counselors over at IHS, they're there to help you too. Find a minister or a friend, a family member, and just sit down maybe somewhere outside and find your space. Find that space where you could just take off your shoes and just feel the ground and just take a breath of that fresh air and just put a smile on your face. Because no matter how hard of a times we go through, there's always hope. And tomorrow, if we just wait it out, if we just help ourselves, tomorrow will get better. And so, Audrey, I want to thank you for this beautiful day, all of our speakers, all of the presenters, Dusty, Debbie, Katana, Victoria. You guys were amazing. And all of you sitting here, you're going to take this information with you, and you're going to make a difference in someone's life. So I guess we're going to make our way outside now. We're going to go out and we're going to do a round dance, girls. So don't run away, girls. We're going to go out into the grass and we're going to have a little round dance. We have a singer here, and we're going to dance and we're going to shake our spirits off. So thank you very much.